This is, of course, Gamer 1745 on Gamer 1745's channel on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, everywhere. Just getting started here for the live stream. If you're watching the VOD later, because I don't think there's anybody here just yet. No one was here waiting. We could do a bunch. Oh, we got to do a bunch of laws changes. Okay, we'll check all that out. We will check all that out when we start. And Son is here. Good to see you here, Son. Hello. We're going to be starting. So we're down to 102% officers. We want more officers. We have a fair amount of research, so we're going to increase that a lot. We would like to have more than 110%. And David George is here. How you doing? Good to have you here. So there are a few people here. That's most excellent. I expect people to take a little while to show up, but it's great to have people here at the start. Well, this should be very interesting because this is literally the first time I'm going to war as the United States. I know it started at the end of last weekend's episode, but there's still a lot to be done to get America ready. So we're going to take a look at this. It's just fascinating. Excuse me here. Just started talking for the day, actually, so throat has to get a little warmed up, as it were. Get ready to talk for hours and hours and hours. But yeah, we're going to take a look at getting the American war machine up and going. That may be a very good place to start here. Okay, let's make an episode. Hello, fellow armchair generals. This is, of course, Gamer 1745, and America is at war. Well, in 1941 it is, December 5th. We, if you didn't watch the last episode where it started, we could go back and do it. It was started in sort of an odd way because Japan had been at war with the British for some time on their own. So it gave us an opportunity to declare war against Japan. And so this is a bit different than the classical, here is, D-Day and they've attacked us. We've sort of joined the war, which I think is reasonably appropriate. And there's a lot to look at, still to happen. And we're going to be talking about America gearing up for the war effort. One thing which I hadn't really been used to, of course, we got to look at all of these changing of our laws for the war. Do you consider using infantry, motorized, mechanized units for war in Europe? Okay, as America. Now, like I say, I've not played this before, though I played against it, and we may be a bit low on our ICs here, but we're going to continue to try to work on that as well. I have seen, because either not normally in the midst of an actual game playing, but gone back and looked at, tag switched over to other countries. So I've tag switched over to America a few times. At times they've run out of manpower. I would, and so they start making other things that are either low manpower or non-manpower, buildings and whatnot. I would do, mostly for Europe, really good units. So armored, mechanized, maybe some motorized infantry. It's December, so we have the Santa Claus unit flying over. So I would go with more motorized or mechanized. Sort of do the concentrated force. Bit different. We are moving one sort of semi-motorized, basically it is a semi-motorized division down here to fight the Japanese. Obviously you have no real use militarized. Now, we might have a use for something with some armor in it, defending some of these islands, but you really don't have that. And if you're looking at low infrastructure areas that may have supply problems, you maybe want to use some of those here. But where you're looking at Europe, I would, as America. Germany now does have manpower issues, most assuredly, but it also has severe industry limitations. So, and the need to have a broad front strategy as well. So you need to sort of look at it as you need a bunch of infantry units to be able to hold the front, and then some good mechanized and armor units to punch through to make the breakthroughs. That's, you know, so it needs to be more of a mix there. Where if you look at the Americans realistically, okay, we're going to fight presumably in time here in North Africa. I'm planning on, though we're not yet, for those watching and didn't watch last week, we're not yet at war with Germany, though we are sending. So I'm going to see. Now, I'll also say, because a lot of events, the way they're coded, you need to trip after the first of the month from when you start the game. So they may or may not happen in December. That might have happened had I not stopped the game. I'm going to give it some time to see if the Nazis declare war against America like they did historically, now that we're at war with Japan. If sometime in January they haven't yet declared war, I will declare war against Germany as well. But I'm sending these 3 divisions and a core HQ out here to first, because partially it's playing with the knowing the AI well enough. If I can close this down as a front, the AI will do better at moving all of these other units. At least, you know, I don't know how much about the Dutch or the South African units, but a lot of the British units will get moved to fight, you know, in Europe and Italy and whatnot. So I want to first help them take down Ethiopia. And currently, it looks like they're strong enough to hold in Africa, or in Egypt area. This is all Africa, of course. If they weren't strong enough to hold here, I would definitely be, if I was worrying about that, I would definitely be sending some American divisions up here to help hold in Egypt, just to stabilize the front if needed, and then trying to push this down. But we're going to try to push this down and take that time of doing this sort of side action here to build up stronger forces to go in. And once America's in, you know, it's really just this coastal area here, so it's not a broad front that you'll need to roll up. Naval invasions around Sicily and Italy, maybe some invasions into the Balkans, we could see about that. And then wherever we tend to go, and I may even try, like landing up here in Trondheim and taking out Norway. That may be a thing to do. That would have been a really interesting World War II option, I think. I don't know that it would have shortened the war. It might have actually prolonged the war. That would be the question. It's if we're talking 1944, you know, that's, you know, June 1944 is when, you know, June 6th, they land, you know, here in Normandy. And if we're talking, I mean, they can't do simultaneous. They wanted to do simultaneously down here, more or less, whether on the exact day or within a week or two, but they just did not have enough landing craft to do the landings down here. And it actually, I think we're contemplating another landing maybe up around here to turn whatever the I don't know, I think the Gothic line was down here, whatever the line was called up here, to turn this one here. They were thinking about that, but they really needed to concentrate all of the, you know, landing craft and whatnot, and its supply ships and other things as well, to this invasion. So they really did not feel comfortable in doing an effective, you know, they could have done a commando raid. Hey Eric, hey Starstreak. Gamer, you're gamering again. Yeah, I guess so. Hope that's a good thing. You know, they could have maybe done a commando raid somewhere or another, but they really didn't have enough to put core level of an invasion, and they know, 3 or more divisions, generally speaking, and be able to follow up with, not just immediate on, day one, a corps coming ashore somewhere, but go back and pick up another set of divisions and another set of divisions and keep them all supplied. They didn't have that capacity. They had maybe the ship supply capacity. They definitely had that. So the Anvil landings that did take place, but they're basically the time it takes to get a lot of the landing craft and whatever from here over and around to wherever, Tunisia or wherever they Algeria or wherever it was, get them all organized up, and then launch the invasion, however long that takes, and you can look at the calendar and get into more detail to do it. So they didn't have that. But if you were thinking maybe a 1943, summer 1943, and Arno's here, very, very good. You survived the week, very good. And Arno's over there, very good, Arno. Just everyone out there, since Eric and Arno are here. Arno hosted the first Team G meetup that happened in the Netherlands. So that's where Arno lives, with Eric and Toyjet from the Netherlands, and Niagro from Germany. I think Niagro might still be in the Netherlands. I'm not sure of that, but I believe Eric is home now in Norway. If everything worked out well, I hope. So, and that is great. Unfortunately, my passport is long out of date, so I've had 2 over the years. So yeah, don't have a current valid passport, or I would have shown up home at 12:30 midnight. I guess it's 12 midnight or whatever. Yep. So Niagara had a long 8-hour drive, so he left. Oh, okay, left 2:30. Okay, cool. I'm glad that Niagara was able to show up and hang out with you guys. That is really cool. So that was the first Team G meetup. Niagara had, did the Norsemen rip Deutschland a new one? I don't know if they did that. So I'm really excited that they got together and had a meetup. I would have shown up, like I say, if I had a passport now on it, but I don't, and I still haven't even got it. During COVID, they got really backlogged, and I know there wasn't time once they sort of decided to get together for me to apply, but I should have applied long ago and gotten it, and then I could have had one by now. But part of it is I got to go get new pictures and all that stuff, and I just haven't done it. So, very honestly, one of the best vacations. Oh, very good to hear, Eric. Yeah, so maybe next year, next summer or something, I will have a passport, and maybe we'll get together again. So hey, that would be really fun. So in 1943, maybe and I wouldn't, if it means not doing some of the Italy invasions, because you want to knock Italy out of the war. You want to make this a German front with the Italians actively resisting German occupation. But remember, they only take Rome in the day before the D-Day landing, so they finally take Rome. So the Anzio landings are months before that. So a lot of this stuff is going still in 1944. But if you could have done either very early 44 or without taking Trondheim, and without showing off all of your fancy technology of mobile harbors and whatnot, because that needs to be kept secret. Germany really didn't understand that so well, so they put lots of defenses around places like Cherbourg and Brest, because they expected them to need to take those ports to not just have because I think the Germans knew that the Anglo-Americans, because it's a mix of the two, could come ashore and hold a beachhead, and like you have the Havre port here, which is fairly small, and I know Boulogne has a very small port as well. That was a decent port for the 18th century, but for modern ships couldn't even, I don't think, well, maybe like one ship, because it's pretty small, at least from the diagrams I remember seeing that, unless it's major changed, I don't know. I mean, like one ship at a time coming in. Yeah, but one ship at a time coming in and offloading supplies isn't going to keep multiple corps punching deep into the continent. What it can do, and Le Havre is a bit bigger than that, I believe, but what it can do is, support enough war material replacements to hold a beachhead effectively. And the Germans knew that, but they had hoped to get it here and then crush it, or just turn it into sort of another Gallipoli type thing. At worst comes to worst, that's what they hoped, because they figured they needed to take something like Cherbourg, which would have a bigger port, to be able to punch in deep. Well, because of the portable harbors that the Americans made, the artificial one, movable artificial ones, sort of single use. It's not like you pick them up and use them somewhere else. But because they had that, they were able to push in deeper and more effectively. Don't want to give that secret away. Oh, great. Let's see. Around 100 pictures. Great. Hope to see those. Well, good to hear, Arno, the Chronicles of Eric, yes. So if you want to hear about, ZZ's here, good morning. You want to hear some of the pictures, hopefully we'll get published into the Discord server, so you don't need to put all 100 or something necessarily, but I'd love to have at least, I know Eric's offered to show me, but if he wants to, publicly describe a few of them and put them in the Discord server, I hope he will, so everyone can sort of share on the meetup, but without giving away that kind of tech, either, like I say, early, spring, or in 44, or a early enough to get landed and get going good, because I know winter gets sort of bad here, but a landing in 43, that might have shortened the war, but to delay the D-Day to do this would lengthen the war, in my opinion. So you don't want to delay D-Day past what it was. And sure, you might get it done. They were ready to do it at least a month earlier, but they were waiting for the right weather and tides. They wanted to come in at, I believe, low tide to avoid the anti-landing obstacles and have good weather. So the weather and the tides to sort of match up is why they picked the date that they picked. They have, and by ready, I mean, they had all the, the men, the divisions, the landing craft, and all that sort of ready to go to do it earlier. They're just waiting for the best time to get ashore. But even with that, we're looking at still a relatively narrow front. I know we're sort of off on Son's question of what kind of divisions to use. You're on a more narrow front pushing into Germany that I think quality is more important than quantity, because you're not trying to hold a large front, hold a lot of garrison divisions along the coast that we see the AI doing here. And if the AI has armored divisions here, that's a bad thing, because they should be using them obviously in the east. But if they have basic infantry divisions sitting in each one of these ports, presumably they're up here and we just don't see them, but I don't know for sure. You need you need numbers of divisions as well as quality of division. I think an invasion of Italy around mid 43 in Normandy, maybe. Yeah, and well, yeah, no, it's 43 is when we're actually invading Sicily and coming up in here. It's 44 for the Anzio landings, but there had been landings at Salerno earlier, pushing across. Even before the Salerno, they were pushed across the toe of Italy, whether you want to call that. It is a naval landing. It's very close. You can look across here and see the land. But, so there were earlier, and I think there was maybe some landings around here. I don't remember all the detail before the Salerno. And then the Anzio, because after the Salerno, with Monte Cassino, Germany, I think it was called the Gothic Line, but I have to look that up. Made a very good defensible line that the Allies could have pushed through, but being that they're an Anglo-American force. They just did a naval invasion and bypassed it, and that was 44. So yeah, very good to hear, Arno. Glad you had a great week there. So that's just answers that as how I would do it. Now again, I'm not saying, and I think Son is posted, that I should have a base of 500 IC at this point. Maybe I should to do all that we wanted. Like I say, these guys take a long time to build. I didn't want to have my, and I've got a bunch of carriers, some of the carriers we haven't deployed yet, just 2 more, and we have some other. I didn't want my carriers and my battleships, particularly in my heavy cruisers, because we've had some, maybe we don't have too many more in production now, to be here for the Pacific War, and the Pacific War to have maybe a higher priority this time. So I built more, and these, look at 27, 27, 26, almost 27 for these battleships. So they've taken up a lot of ICs to build, taking a lot of time, including these fake ones. Will go through the production, which will give us the benefits for production, but then get deployed on the map and then get removed and replaced with an actual proper unit that's specifically tied up. They made a really good mechanic for this. So yes, I very well may have, but let's take a look at our pulse. We can see right now, like I said, this is the first time, we have a bunch of better improvements. Okay, they are thinking limited restrictions, civil laws. Let's look at, okay, open society. Limited restrictions. Consumer goods down during wartime, counterintelligence, negative 10%. National unity, minus 4%. I guess that's, yeah, national unity changes. Sorry, didn't get all the way out. Yeah. IC efficiency production up 1%, partisan efficiency up. So, but hopefully we won't have partisans. And IC, so I see we have plus 5% ICs now for open society. Limited restriction is 2%. Well, that doesn't seem good because, well, let's currently look. Currently we have 0 consumer goods, so we don't need. I'd rather keep the 3% of ICs. No, Arno, we're not. We have some motor torpedo boats sitting out here, but we are not building any, and no submarines. We are. I just focused building on. These are the battleships, and these are going to be it for the battleships that I'm planning on doing. And we're getting some naval air, some marine divisions, but that's it for now. Okay, so I would rather have the extra 3% on ICs because we currently don't have any consumer goods during wartime. So okay, so we're gonna leave it as an open. Well, we need to close that. Next, service by requirement. Okay, so, and let's look at the draft laws. Well, 6-month draft, we are getting 7.5% ICs. We could go to service by requirement. Now, I'd rather have the ICs right now, and we have 3,400 manpower, so I don't really need more manpower right now. No, it is down on officer recruitment and manpower rotation, so that is not going to. Okay, and then economic mobilization. Let's look at economic laws. And I know some of these may be okay. Total economic mobilization we could do. Monthly war exhaustion. Okay, well, I don't think we want to go get the monthly exhaustion right now. So I think full civilian economy, which is reducing down war exhaustion. We could always shift back around if that becomes too much of a thing. Now I do see here that if we go to full mobilization, we'll basic mobilization. I don't know why consumer goods are higher here for this full mobilization, but I think with 10% ICs, going to get as much money, but we're getting a lot of money. We can reduce that down. Consumer, but yeah, during wartime, we're actually reducing consumer goods. So I think we're going to go to full mobilization, and I think somewhere in here is where America ends up. Somewhere between these, they never go to totaler Krieg that the Nazis went to. At least that would be my estimation of the American economy. They definitely stopped civilian production of automobiles. There are very few 1942 model anythings, because they, you design 1942 models in 1941, and you get them in production late 1941. So right around December, when this when we're looking at now, they've already got most of the major automobile, and there's really only 3 left through the Depression at this point. They've got the 1942 model whatevers in different types of cars in production at this point, and there's no good reason for them to stop the production of those vehicles until there's a plan of what to do with the factories. What are you going to make instead? To the best of my knowledge, and again, I can be, hey, STG Strategy Games, what makes Hoi 3 better than Hoi 4? I don't know that anything makes Hoi 3 better than Hoi 4. Now, Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice versus Hearts of Iron 4, that becomes the real question. And I would say in that case, it's, and I also play a lot of Hoi 4 too, so I don't know if straight up better, but I would say it's more realistic of a game. It's better. It's a better game, so I wouldn't go with that it's better. Now there's things that I like better, like some, whether it's a better game or not. I like that these are counters and not big giant army men standing around. So there's things like that are personal tastes. More complicated, it makes it more realistic, and for the weak computers, Hoi 4 lags. Well, if you get I've seen a lot of lag too on Hoi 3. I think Hoi 4, it depends on some of your settings. Hoi 4 is a little better engine optimized than Hoi 3 engine optimized. There's a lot of really good things. It's a really close call. But if we were talking straight what is published from Paradox, Hoi 3 or Hoi 4, I'm going to play Hoi 4 now. I'll just say that. If we were an unmodded game, I would be playing Hoi 4. So, but we have Hoi 3 Black Ice, and we have some good Hoi 4 mods, so there's a sort of a toss-up there. So that's how I would come down on that. And it's close, and there's a lot of detail that I don't want to go into now, but a lot of detail on all of that. Now, again, we get back to America. There's definitely the desire for America for the industry to move to war materials, trucks for the army, boots for the soldiers, instead of civilian automobiles. And now they keep up a certain amount of civilian production for, commercial automobiles, trucks, because keep the industry going. That kind of thing, or civilian shoes versus army boots. You don't, as long as your shoes are serviceable, let's make boots for the soldiers, kind of thing, or uniforms for the soldiers, because there's a lot of cloth rationing. And if you look at some of the movies made during the time, they talk about some of the stuff, including some of the Saint movies, which are really good back in that time period. Maybe we should do a Saint movie sometime for our I didn't do one because I knew Eric was traveling yesterday. Um, but we have been doing Friday movies days. But maybe we should do one of the 1940s during World War II Saint movies. If you know of the Saint Simon Templar movies, because they go back even before then, before the war starts, but for World War II. And you can talk about how women's fashion and they were trying to how to make stylish cuts for dresses and whatnot using less cloth because it's being rationed. So there's definitely a rationing situation there. And they, like I know I've talked about this before, they do gas rationing, but it really isn't because gasoline needs to be rationed. It's because rubber needs to be rationed. And they don't want to wear out tires, and tires used to wear out a lot faster than they do today for the amount of miles driven. So they're, like I say, in December 41, January 42, there isn't a real good reason to stop automobile production until you really have the plans of, okay, well, we're going to switch this over to doing trucks or artillery pieces or whatever, actually have what you're going to switch it over to. And so there's the transition period. So there's very few of 1942 cars are made, but there still is a large civilian economy going on in America. So I would say it's somewhere between, and it takes time to shift, obviously, but it's somewhere between full mobilization and war economy. Well, we're going to avoid this monthly war exhaustion of 25% or 25 points. I don't, because it isn't percent, because notice there is percent. I don't quite know how that affects things currently within the game, but we're going to go over to here. We got our 10% bonus to ICs and continue to reduce down consumer goods. So we will issue a full mobilization. Yep, I want to enact full mobilization. Hello, Kyle. I will in time. The new Darkest Hour mod. I will in time, Kyle. I haven't yet, but I will definitely be looking at more. Okay. So we can go to education, massive education, industrial policy laws. Let's look down here. Okay, so what we are currently obviously at consumer oriented, which is down 10%. Mixed industry is at 25%. Unit recruiting, consumer goods. Okay, so heavy industry, or we would get 10% ICs, down on the money. Consumer goods during wartime, down more. We're not at peacetime. Research efficiency, down a little bit. But yeah, we'll go here. Look, volunteer army. Okay, do we need to do extended or emergency? Like I say, we have a lot of manpower right now. Now something could eat it up. I want to continue to try to maximize my ICs available. And we have a lot of manpower, but so we'll do normal conscription, which will get us up 15%, peacetime rotation, manpower rotation, but we're not in peacetime anymore. And reserve penalties minus 10%. So we'll do normal conscription. Nominal training. We're on basic training. Okay, we can't quite change those yet. Oh, we need longer draft time. So okay, well, I don't know if we're going to do that. Press laws. Okay. National revolt risk. Censored press. Let me see. I don't know that we're having a revolt risk problem. We might have a counter espionage situation, but not big enough. So I don't know that. Now, the censored press was clearly, and just to be clear, as far as I know, and I know a fair amount, but I don't know everything about the situation. The only press that is censored in America during the war is war information press. Is how I would put it. Meaning you can say all the bad things you want about the government. You can complain about FDR, and I do understand that there are, and I don't know the details of it, but there are newspaper organizations that for a long time were just very few tank units, Arno. We do have a few. I think we have like we have a few of these light tank units out here, but they're sort of mixed with some cavalry divisions, but not too many. We don't really have real strong proper armored divisions here, so very few. There's a few more cavalry with light tanks in America, but not many. So, like I was saying, there are some, there used to be in everywhere in the world, but than today. But in America, there used to be a lot more newspapers, and there are definitely anti-FDR newspapers that have been going on and on and on. And there's going to be a fair amount of criticism through the war, not huge amounts, but a reasonable amount of criticism of government policies and of government leaders. That is not censored at all, as far as I know, during the war. So you can say, FDR is all wrong or whatever's all wrong as much as you want. What is censored is information about the war. That's censored, and not of various types of information about the war. So all of the reporters, that are sending out information back to the press, they're censored, when they send it back. They're censored as it comes back in the newspapers. And there are a few times, I forget, I just read recently, the last, few months, something was published in a newspaper about the Pacific War. Some fact or detail or whatever, and the government actually got published in newspapers on this, got wind of this, and they went and within a day, not like weeks or months later, but within that day, they the censorship office that read it had already gone out. They went around and collected all of the newspapers from the newspaper stand and whatever. But the papers had already been delivered to people's homes. People had already bought it. They didn't go clean up that, but they went very quickly and make sure they didn't sell any more of it. But as it turns out, whether it was in Detroit or Chicago, it doesn't matter. It was printed somewhere here. None of the Japanese spies or whoever saw this information. So there are spies in America, but there's not too many of them. And so they want to censor that kind of stuff. Like it takes a while for them to name what ships and what happened at Pearl Harbor. Because they don't want the Japanese. It's not that they were afraid. I mean, they showed some of the film footage very, very quickly, and they showed, they talked about it, but they really didn't want the Japanese to know just what ships were sunk and what ships weren't and how long it was going to take them to get back in. It wasn't that they were afraid America's been defeated, America would be, a morale problem. No, that wasn't even on their minds. It was, they didn't want Japan to know how many ships they sunk or didn't sink or whatever, and how quickly they'd be back up. So war information most assuredly was heavily censored at multiple. The reporter knew the basic policies, but he could write whatever he wants. he needs to, the reporter at the front end, in as we call them today, embedded reporters, or just other local reporters who happen to be in or near the front lines, could, write whatever they wanted. They got to turn it into a press censor office, and then they would, take a red pencil or whatever and mark out stuff like that and say, go fix this, remove this stuff, and then they'd remove it and send it back in. It would then get sent through the wire system that was there, so the information gets back to America. Then other people are watching it, and they're also censoring the mail going to and from soldiers. It's not so much that they're reading the mail that somebody is writing in San Diego and sending to Los Angeles. It's stuff coming in and out of sort of military people's mail primarily. Now there's lots of people in the military because they don't want some submarine guy saying, yeah, next week we're leaving for and for some place in the Pacific or something. They don't want that out there. It just said, they might say, soon we're going on operational patrols. Well, okay, what is that? That isn't going to hurt or help anybody to know that a submariner, is going to. So some submarines going out sometime on operational patrols. Well, of course they were. It's too much detail, like if they knew times or locations or mission briefs or whatever. They don't want any of that out. So there's a lot of censoring that way. But if you want to complain about a lot of the other problems going on in America, or just complain about how, hey, the war is making this bad or something like that, that, to the best of my knowledge, is still freely done in America. So it's not like it was in the Soviet Union or in Germany, where everything is being censored, not just war information. To start making those, and you need, yes, I know I should, Arno, I just do not yet have the ICs. Hello, Nicholas. Any chance of seeing a breakdown of the units you have, i.e. Air Force? Yes, we can definitely do that real quickly here, but I first want to get through our political changes here. Okay, so free press. We're going to currently partially, I don't think we have a revolt risk issue, and I don't see any other good reason to, there's some good policies there. Okay, and heavy industrial emphasis, we are currently, we're on mixed industry. No, we are heavy. We don't want to go down to there. So heavy infantry, massive, full mobilization. Okay, so I think that is where we want to be. Let's take a quick, okay, we're going to keep the president, we're going to keep the vice president, minister of foreign affairs. Let's see, currently, Cordell Hall. These are all just generic ones. I did make something for Hearts of Iron 4, and released in, I don't think it's any good. George C. Marshall, I don't know, I wouldn't consider him an ideological crusader. But now that's George C. Marshall. George C. Marshall, if you don't know, he was the general in charge of the United States Army, basically. But he never commands outside of the United States. He's running back in the Pentagon and whatnot. Daily Dissent, National Unity, Ruling Party Support. National revolt risk down, internal factors, party support would be better, so maybe him, but he wasn't Minister of Foreign Affairs. Hello, PRT. Thank you. I will hopefully have good luck here. Minister of National Defense, Harold Keyes. Yes, real person, of course. Harold Keyes, he's a resource industrialist. So switching to a different resource industrialist won't help us out. Unless we wanted to have a different party. I miss Third Reich events, and it's tailored ministers or something for that. Okay. Resources down. Money. Okay. Now I don't really see a good change there. Edgar Hoover. Why wouldn't he be a efficient psychopath? I don't know. Silent lawyer. Okay, money counters ruling parties. Yeah, we want to keep ruling party support up. So, war exhaustion. If we start having that, we may want to put in somebody like him. Okay, Minister of Science. Okay, raw materials, money, research efficiency. Let's see, do we have somebody else? No, I don't think so. Head of intelligence, which would also sort of be Hoover. Chief Marshal, yes, as Chief of Staff. I think that's good. I think that is all good. Now, breakdown of units. Well, we are currently not in very good shape. From what we have, a lot of these various HQs, some divisional, bunch given by events. Some of these are just Air Force group stuff. We are really, I'm just sort of highlighting. These are just an HQ here. We have some National Guard garrisons around, lots of historical HQs, more of these. So we're right now a very hollow military. We are moving 3 divisions. They have to stop off in South Africa just because otherwise it wanted to route it through the Mediterranean, and we're going to be sending up to here. We do have a fairly decent, and I don't know if we're going to be facing enough of an invasion, so let's start sending you down here. We have a fairly decent situation up here in the Philippines. This was where they historically landed, and I've seen the AI often land up here, so we had set up for that. And then, of course, holding the fortified area here. We are moving one down here, so we're not really good there. And we do have some air, and it's not well attached to. Okay, let me put this attachments maybe to the Okay, that is attaches to the Philippine department here. Let's put these guys up here on air interception. Put a radius there so that they will air intercept anybody around here. And now let's see. Okay, let's move you down here so we can bomb some of the Japanese with capabilities like that. Now we do have the Asiatic fleet here, which isn't very strong, but what I've done is really the real big show-stopping point here is we have this battleship division here with one Independence class, actually it is the Independence, but Independence class carrier to give it constant carrier support no matter what happens. And then there is our main carrier group there with 5 carriers. And here is another battleship division with also an Independence class, but the Princeton this time carrier. The way you should want to have a battle happen is if the Japanese are here, if their fleet is in this sector, you want to have your carriers over here and just doing airstrikes. You do not want to have your carriers in the same sea zone as the enemy fleet. And you may be able to just do carrier strikes, but if you are going to be looking too many times, if you are going to move in and do a fleet action, and that's a good idea, but just because of the ability to micromanage or the lack thereof, I want to make sure that we have at least some aircraft CAGs, carrier air groups, to be able to give some aircraft, protection against being struck without, answering back. And we have some more CVLs up here as well. So, do you have to deal with German spy actions within your border? Well, yes, in a way. There are some events for Germany to have spies come to America, and if Germany has put spies in America, you know, through this system, if the AI is doing it, absolutely. So we have our own spy priority completely up there. We've caught 3, but it doesn't look like there's much going on. I don't know if that will change. Like I say, I've never played as America before. So I do not know how it's all going to go. And we have 2 more fleet carriers that I have yet to deploy. But okay, so we've now jumped up a bit in our ICs. So let's reduce it down. We're reinforcing. We've mobilized before the start of this. Okay, and with the change of laws, we have some more stuff. Good. So that we'll get through. We do have 1 armored division in the making. Okay, so we have a little more, even though we pushed more leadership over to there. We have 28. Let's come over here. And so it's very much, I guess, a Pacific first strategy in that we are looking at getting everything constructed and built up for the Pacific. Okay, I think my upgrades, I mean, they're not fully everything upgrading, but I think it's pretty good. We could prioritize some units, but I really haven't done that. I was thinking of doing what Arno wants, and it's a good idea to do. It's not just that Arno wants to do it, but submarines and motor torpedo boats. I think it would be good, but I really think I want to do. Okay, a couple of more divisions. So what is the ICs? 11 versus 21. Okay, I think it's going to have to be an infantry regiment, infantry division. A few more to go over and help stabilize in Africa is what I think we should do. Artillery. Yeah, we'll do anti-tank. Reconnaissance. We have a bunch of divisional headquarters to use, so we don't need that. Let's do light vehicle transport. I'm not worried about fuel situations. Okay, we have 1 more minute. We could, let's get rid of this and let's do motorcycle, which in America's case it would be Jeep reconnaissance as opposed to motorcycle. Engineers. Okay, engineers. Okay, so that gets 14 ICs. Let's do, get 2 of those in production, or when they get the ICs to do it. Oh, accounting for games. Good to have you here, my friend. Are you going to try to build most of the Pacific up front? You're playing it. Yeah, I played Japan as a long time ago. Yeah, I've got that as a carrier group. 5 carriers there. Battleship division with 1 CVL there. Here I have another carrier group here that doesn't have any aircraft because I have not built them yet, and a battleship group there. I have undeployed. Okay, well, we just got some auxiliary vessels we could deploy too. I got 2 more CVs, carrier groups, and a couple of CAs, and 3 CVLs over here that all don't have aircraft. So we're going very much with a big fleet Pacific front first. So, and I've also garrisoned up all of these islands. That was sort of the built-in garrison. We've gotten a sort of tailored, no transport unit, but tailored for island defense, proper divisions on a lot of these islands out here. So we may be a bit weak for invasion out here, but so we're doing very much of a Pacific first campaign. And small warship screws, right? Okay. Submarine warfare. Three CVs, one CA, two. Try to have these fleets tend and aimed for. Yeah, that. I'm just not. I mean, I did play one game as Japan, and one game through as Britain, which are both, naval forces. And the only reason I was able to, I was really in people, well, you're really being doom and gloom about Japan's chances and whatnot, and I really was. But the AI, in its infinite wisdom, after I was able to do a naval invasion into Hawaii and get here, they moved basically the entire American fleet, definitely all the Pacific fleets, to this port of base strength there, of 2. Huge fleet sitting down there. And it just kept sitting there. And it lost all organization because it was undersupplied. So I just then started to do air mission after air mission and finally killed it all. And so Japan was victorious in that one. But it was only because the AI kept the American fleet, even if after it was damaged, kept it sitting here instead of moving it back, somewhere here where it could, properly base everything. But so that allowed me to be victorious and, take out Australia, take out India, not take out America, but take out, Hawaii and whatnot as Japan, and eventually got to the point to go, called it a win, and that was it. So I've not done a lot of, and I know there's penalties of getting too much stacked into a group, but I've not done a lot of naval actions to really know the best stacking. I know, I definitely know of overstacking. So if you're playing as Japan and you get to fighting America, find the American fleet, and if you can displace it from someplace like this that can support it, the AI might just stick it, it was one of these 2 ports, and I think it was this one. And I was just able to sink it with air after air after air. And then I had to stop because my air was too ground down and let it get repaired, and then back in. And it was never able to repair just because it didn't have the supplies and it had no organization. So I just took out the American Navy, and they weren't able to build anything in time for the game until I called it an end. But I was expecting the AI to invade and then come into Japan, and I was going to have to throw my fleet in to try to stop the invasion, and their fleet was just going to crush my fleet. That's what I was expecting to have in the game. And if you look at as I'm playing up to that point, I'm expecting that to happen. And so I'm, some of the people are talking, well, you're being very pessimistic. Well, yeah, well, that's, because I've seen the AI invade, and I don't know if it was one of the playthroughs. I don't think it's one that I did for for any of the YouTube series. But one of my playthroughs, it wasn't for YouTube, but I was playing in Germany, conquering a lot of stuff. I don't know if the Soviet Union had been conquered yet, but then I noticed that America had taken Tokyo and had ripped about, the heart of Japan out, and Japan just wasn't doing anything. Japan was doing, I think it was maybe in the days that there was still a China going or whatnot. I don't know, but Japan had lots of forces everywhere else, but couldn't do it. So I had to move, and the first thing I sent over there, and I had taken through the Red Sea, so I could send stuff this way. First thing I sent over was some Jaeger divisions, figuring that was going to be nope. They couldn't do anything to the Americans. So I had to send heavy armored divisions, German heavy armored divisions, into Japan to finally push the Americans out of Japan and get Japan back stabilized. So Germany had to send like 4 or 6 heavy armored divisions to be able to defeat the American invasion. So I was expecting like to have the American AI organize up and invade me, and that's what I was, hurrah, let's do our best we can until the America crushes me. Well, I was never, never strong enough to like be able to invade and conquer in America, but because they didn't have any fleets, I was able to, isolate and take out anything with a port out here in the Pacific. So yeah, AI is really bad in the theater like this. I don't want to spoil my own, but the U.S. really underperformed. Yeah, but I have seen it performed really. I've seen it. Either the Japanese. Now I know I talked to the guy and he asked me what I thought. I really think this is a stupid idea. This is bad. This is bad. Where is Iwo Jima? This is bad because. Yeah, you can cut the supplies off simply by sitting out here, but it's just too much to defend. These islands, if you're playing a tactical game, sure, having more province, but this is actually a bad idea. But I've seen Japan not take Guam, and then I think that may have been the case, or I don't know, maybe the Americans took back. But I have seen the AI be effective. Oh yeah, I've seen some of your videos counting for games, and you're doing very well. Okay, so heavy anti-aircraft guns advance for our light ships. Okay, that's grayed out. And heavy bomber pilot training. Yeah, Counting for Games has a decent channel. You guys... I don't mind, I hope you don't leave watching my channel, but I hope people will check his out. Okay, bomber training is here. Okay, well, they were all on 41, so we're going to do that. Hopefully I've got enough officers. Well, nah. Let's just do this a little. I just would love to get back to 110% on that. Well, people can watch a lot of stuff, but I think it's good for people to watch more than one channel. And someday I'm going to get motivated enough and get my mod working again, and then I want to try to organize up a multiplayer game. And Accounting for Games is definitely one of the other YouTubers. If we can arrange it, the times of when to do it with enough people, I want him to be doing it with me. Playing different nations, and have him release his videos, and I release, so you can see the two perspectives. So I definitely want to do something with him at some point. I don't know if we're going to be able to get it all arranged. It's not. Yeah, and it's definitely not a. It's not a question of. It's a question of if we can get it all, organized a day, time, along with some other people. Whether the other ones are YouTubers or not, I don't know. But YouTubers would have a priority just because cross-promotion and all that stuff really helps it out. And it'd be really cool because again, I would be playing as Germany, but it'd be cool to have somebody, YouTubing it playing as Britain, as Soviet Union, as America, as Italy, as Japan. At least, 6 players is what I want to look at a minimum someday to do that. This is the dream of mine. It's getting closer, but it's not. And I've been thinking about it for years, so I know it's not to look for anything really soon. Do I want a synthetic plant? Do I need a synthetic plant? I don't think I need a synthetic plant. I think I got enough resources here. Yeah, we need a UK player. I want to have the least 3 big important nations played by humans. America, Britain, Soviet Union, more or less on one side, and Soviets are whose side are they on? And then Germany, Italy, and Japan. And if we can get performance up and keep it up reasonably well, Italy's landed here against, this is Free France as opposed to Vichy France, is pushing into here. Interesting. Okay. So you see, sometimes the AI is doing effective things. I've actually seen the AI do paradrops effectively. One game, I forget what it was, but a long time ago, I think the AI did a paradrop into Berlin, but it just, like Accounting for Games says, it's just sometimes the AI is just so bad, but once in a while you see some brilliant moves. I'm not, I'm not an AI programmer, so and I saw part of, I went over to watch the rest. There's really good, if you want to go over, watch the latest Tea Time over, and I think it's on YouTube as well as the Twitch channel, over for Slithering TV. Check that out because it's a pre-recorded interview with Gary Grigsby. He is old school. He's still programming. Old school programmer. Latest big game is A War in the East 2, which I will be streaming tomorrow on Slytherin's channel. But he goes back to the days of Steel Panthers and other stuff, and he programs the AI to fight. Now it's just limited to like the Eastern Front or War in the West or War in the Pacific, but he's programming that AI, and he does, and the AI seems to do a really good job. That is the closest thing that I know of to Paradox's attempts here at divisional scale warfare with a lot of tactical provinces. They've reduced the number of provinces in about half for Europe with Hearts of Iron 4 people, and so that means that there's less provinces to defend. Now the province number is, and they'll tell you, and it's quite true, is about equal between Hearts of Iron 3 and Hearts of Iron 4. It's just, instead of these mega provinces you find over here, they've added more provinces to areas in which you mostly won't play in. We can see some mega provinces here that, Texas-sized province. I know they have more than one province for Texas, but so they have the same number of provinces roughly, but they moved it away from concentration, which makes it easier for the AI to do things. So I really don't know of other good games to compare it to, but I still think both the AI and Hearts of Iron 3 and Hearts of Iron 4 could use a lot of improvement. Okay, jungle unit training advance. I know I'm talking a lot, but I hope it's interesting. Okay, 36, so we're going to keep jungle unit going. We have more ICs as we continue to put down to here. We could use more supplies, so we got lots, but we don't need to be working at a negative. Once I get some of these battleships done here, we're going to put some more back to growth. But one of the things I just didn't know of and wanted to experience firsthand was, and there still very well may be events coming up. And notice we were okay, we have lost badly here. We've had a fleet battle here. Basically everything was destroyed. Okay, well, that kicked the guts out of my Asiatic fleet. Okay, we are we facing an invasion here? I know we might not get the invasion alert because this is, the Philippines and not America. I think that might be an invasion. These guys are yet to be. We're at war with them and or with Japan. Okay, HE ammunition advance. And I just don't know how many HE or battleships. Okay. Here, yes. Okay, 41. I think we may come back to that. Stay away from rockets for now. I know the U.S. did use rockets, but looking at some more like extra wide tracks and other. Well, actually, we got too many. Well, I don't have a lot of bombers, and I did move my bombers down here, and they're somewhat organized. So let's start bomb. Oh, what do we have down? We don't know what they have down here. So we're escorted. We're going to do ground attack here. Let's see, okay, where are we? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4 infantry divisions they have down here. A couple of marine units there. Okay, it looks like I guess this fleet is was heading south and not invading. I was wondering about that. Given crude oil, you can have food. So it wasn't an invasion. And I probably had those submarines on aggressive attack, which is not probably the way I should do it. Now, do I have, yes, some more submarines? I do have more submarines. Okay. Not yet at war with Germany, and we were being spammed with events. No, we have some submarines down here. Okay, we'll send these guys. We'll do subdivision 11. We'll send them out to here. We base to here. Honduras, yes, you can have metals because we have plenty of oil, plenty of rare materials, plenty of steel or metal, whatever you want to call it, more than enough at this point. Okay. Airborne unit training in advance. We don't have any airborne divisions, but still it's good to get them right here. So good to get them good because when you use them, they need to be good. I'm not sure why they called it Formosa or Taiwan. I'm not sure if like one of the maybe Formosa might have been the Japanese name for it. That could be, but I don't know. I honestly don't know. Formosa does sound more like a Japanese word than Taiwan, because Taiwan wouldn't be. Hello, Mr. Duck. How you doing? Okay, so these guys are just patrolling off here. Okay, they got stopped when that province got occupied, so let's get moving again. The C province got occupied. Well, New Zealand and Australia are going to have lots of submarines if they actually get built. I'm doing very well, and how are you doing? Great to hear. Okay, how are my bombers? Okay, they lost some strength and some organization here. There, let's take down getting. Hopefully that's helped a little bit. You have to worry. I have more air that I could send, but I really don't have many more air bases because they're all so small. Your depth charges advance, good. Hedgehogs. Yeah, that's a bit more in the future. Hydrophone, yeah, okay, we can do that. What is, oh, I thought we did stop. Yeah, 45 stop that. Yeah, I'm not wanting to commit my fleet just yet over the Philippines, just simply to have naval battles. I should be alerted when an invasion attempt happens out here. Because of this is my territory and not an ally's or puppet's territory. Those fighters will help if the enemy, and I should do this as well. Get those going there. Like I say, I have to give them money. Okay, we got a lot of money coming in. Okay, we could do that. They try to come in and use their air down. Okay, they keep coming across. If a Japanese ship or submarine comes into there, it stops movement between islands. Yeah, they could. We do have some submarines here already, which maybe we should put out on some level of interdiction. Okay, great interdiction advance, very good. That I believe is over here. Yeah, 43. We don't want to cancel. I'm not going to do raiders. Okay. Commerce defense. We want to do commerce defense. Mexico. Okay, yes, you can have that. Yes, these are these big. America had some big, super big submarines. We can move you up to here. Wake Island. These are reasonably well defended. And let's move you to Guam. Now, as to mentioning possibly, I don't think the AI is going to invade here. Now, maybe a scripted invasion, but I don't think the AI is going to invade here until they get some of this stuff solved. They, because they can be getting supplies through here. This is, can't, maybe, well, we can sort of, because they're allies now. This is some of the last oil that isn't in their control. They've got a lot of oil here. A lot of oil up here. So I'm not saying they have enough oil for all possible uses, no, but they've got enough oil to keep basic operations going. I believe this 5.5, which would be reduced if they take it, I believe, would be helpful to them. They've got down here, they've got, you know, the anti-malaria, which helps jungle warfare. They've got some other stuff. They're still pushing up here. There is a little more oil up here. Well, a lot more. Not included, but we did find more oil up in here, and I know a newer version of Black Ice will add it. So yeah, Britain is holding out down here. Well, I've actually been pushed off to this island here. Okay, so this is going down soon. Well, no, maybe not. This is just HQs. So, no, I'm not going to send in to try to defend there. That's just not good enough. But once this is cleaned up, then maybe we'll see an invasion. I would say then maybe. Yes, it does, Mr. Duck. And just before you got here, we were talking about a possible multi-player game sometime in the future. It does have it. It's a bit complicated to get set up. May come back to some of those, because these obviously help on for fleet operations, but I do want to get, and it's almost 42 anyway, so we want to get some of these. Oh, we already have too many, so let's just reduce down. Per unit training. Now we are at, we could add 2 more back in. Not that we have much. We could do resistance movements. I'm not used to doing that. Home front coordination, supply transfer, supply throughput, down by 5%. That's why I don't do it for Germany. Pair rate, I don't know if we can do that. But increasing our garrison units organization, that would be helpful because we have a few of those around. We'll probably build more. Here's where we should probably be doing. Got plenty of oil, so oil is good. It's more the industry. Oh, now we can do tank radios. Okay, we want to be doing tank radios. Let's get tank radios to the top. That will be supported. Oh, randoms, not really. It's sort of hard to set up a game. And you also, if you're going to play it, you need to get the Semper Fi, Their Finest Hour, and For the Motherland DLCs. You need those 3 DLCs because really you want to play Black Ice. You don't want to play the base game, in my opinion. And there's not a good randos pickup. So you got to find a friend. I don't know that there's anybody on my Discord server that, but it's a good chance to pip it out, that would want to play. There's definitely people that want to play Hearts of Iron 4 there. So you very well could. Okay, Bolivia. No, thank you. Maybe we should try to get more money. Bolivia did seem like the best nation to sell to at the moment. Just don't want to go zipping fast. I know this isn't terribly great action, but okay, naval HQs. That, and what's, you want to do this particularly for don't know why naval strength or radio strength is in the red. I don't get that one, but because plus should be good, but getting all the increased morale, increase organization for all your naval units is very good. So that's what you want to do. Now, I don't know that it's a terribly good idea to do this for us, but I'm just doing this to sort of find out what it's like for the U.S.A. is to get these naval HQs. I use them reasonably effectively, I think, in all these are good to do too. Is Germany, so that they're useful? Yeah, they don't have a good lobby like they do for Hoi 4 or whatever to play it. Get across the water, get across the straits, I should say. So we can push Japanese back out. Okay. Okay, a report here. Let's take a look at Okay, our supply. We have been hit here. Well, I don't know what we were hit by. You're not. I'm waiting to see because we've not been having events pop up because I started and stopped things. Okay. You come out. I think these are destroyers. You come out to here. So I'm not yet able to operate against. Oh, there's a lot of destroyers here. Okay, great. Germany? I'm not yet at war with him. Okay. Leahy will be the send you out to there. Palmyra. Whenever I think of Palmyra, I think of the city out, or the old city out here. I don't know anything about these islands. Definitely going to be reactive somewhat to submarine or other, presuming those are submarines that are going after our convoys. I hope they're submarines because I hope they're not big capital ships that I'm sending my destroyers after. Wouldn't mind if I thought I was going to go after big stuff to send out some of my fleet. I just don't want to put my fleet right into the midst of the Philippines just yet. And I don't yet, maybe I should be out at Hawaii. I guess I'm scared about Pearl Harbor. I mean, I don't know if there would be a way to the AI to tell that they're in Pearl Harbor, whatever, to then have an event happen. But submarine alien. Our training, that is here 42. We'll let that continue. We'll get better detection. Copper sales has expired. That means we'll get more benefits out of that. We are growing in manpower. That's good. Crude oil, sure. We have plenty of oil. Production. So, okay. Oh shit, we need that much reinforcement? Well, give it to them. For sure, give it to them. Mobilizing things, I guess. Thought they made it across those straits. Okay, surplus and copper for supply. Efficiency. Vichy, we trade agreement. We give them money. No, not buying them supplies from Vichy. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, these guys have made it across. So they're here. Let's go straight down to there. Push them to tag them. We're going to push for Davao. That seems to be their main base. Make them defend that. Yes, energy. Okay. No, we got that. Wood. Hello, Dordinjo, mate. How you doing? Hello, Ragar. Yes, we want to massacre all the Japanese. Settlements. Yeah, let's go for that. That'll help get back to leadership. I'm still holding up here. I don't think I should have both of these divisions there. So let's move this one south. These down to here. Still want to put, I don't know. I'm just waiting for the AI to do something brilliant. Like I say, once in a while the AI does something brilliant. But mining that. Okay. Well, the black ice does not have access to the combat AI. No modders do for either game, for Hoi 3 or Hoi 4. I'm talked to the devs enough and people to know. It's compiled into the base program. If they were to uncompile it and let us get at it, it would run so much slower, I've been told. And there is no easy way for a modder to then recompile it back into the base program. The diplomatic AI, we have, I think, some access to that, though I haven't played around with it. I have played around with the EULA files, which tells nations what to build, and the Black Ice team has been doing a really good job with that, and they've actually helped me because they've reduced the max number of brigades down by 1. With TRE, I've gone back to the older format. They actually helped me with the coding to sort of circumvent their own things because they're a bunch of good guys. They just disagree with my choice, but and so we do have like build priorities, how many infantry divisions to how many armored divisions, particular nation. So we have access to some AIs, but we don't have access to the combat AI. So so we don't have that. That's the one thing that we don't have access to for sure. Oh, well, these guys should back up. They got submarines here. Okay, and that's, what do we have operating through here? Okay, we've got why this is ships energy. Why are we shipping energy here? Okay, we don't need this. So what we're going to do here is we have enough. Okay. Okay, let's do resource. We're gonna remove auto create, and Manila to San Francisco. We don't need these resources here. So we're gonna cancel Convoy. And so far we're not supplying them with anything, so we are supplying our forces there. They've moved out, so these guys can come down. Oh, events popping up, pause. Okay, you come down to here. Okay, yeah, I was sort of waiting for the first of the month to get by. Okay, declaration by the United Nations. Declaration by the United Nations was a World War II document agreed on 1 January 1942 during the Arcadia Conference by 26 governments, the Allied Big Four, US, UK, USSR, and China. See, China did not get the memo. They should have changed their name to like United China, so it would have been US, UK, USSR, and UC. I'm supposed to start U, I guess. I don't know. I'm just joking here. Okay. 9 other American countries in North and Central America and the Caribbean, 4 British dominions, British India, and 8 Allied governments in exile, for a total of 26 nations in which they agreed to not to make any separate peace with the Axis powers. So this is basically just the idea that exiled France or Britain or the USSR, no, or China, one of those people weren't going to like, China, we're going to give peace with Japan and leave you off to fight. Mentioning that this is an interesting thing. You've all, of course, well, okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to hit this. We're going to end the episode here. Live stream is going to continue. Those watching here, don't worry about that. Live stream's continuing, but those watching on YouTube later, just episodes getting long enough as it is, and want to keep these a bit shorter. So I really love all my patrons. I don't thank you guys enough, but thank you, past, current. Thank you so much. But everybody else, just if you hit that, smash that like button, post a comment down below, and hey, if you want to be super special, just share it out on some sort of social media, one of these videos. It really helps. It really helps. Thanks you, everybody. See you next time for more Hearts of Iron. China is older than the USSR. Yeah. China is. But, and even Europe, they're supposed to be UE, United Europe, not European Union. You got to go U first. United Kingdom, United States. And I guess USSR is gone, but maybe they could come back with United Russia. Every nation, every big nation should start with a U, like United China. Not. It's a joke, Ragar. You're supposed to get the joke. Okay, let's get recording. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals, and this is Gamer 1745 here. We are playing, of course, Hearts of Iron 3, and looking at all of the events with our war. Currently only at war with Japan, though that may be changing soon. Eventually, we're European, says you. Okay, yes. Looking at the Declaration of United Nations, that none of these nations committed to make a separate peace out of the war. So China wouldn't peace out, like for, if Japan wanted to give up a bunch of territory and give Japan or China, peace with it. China wasn't going to accept that and let Japan just fight on against the Western Allies or the Soviet Union. Germany wasn't just going to like, hey guys, yeah, oops, we're sorry, we really didn't mean to invade you. That was just an accident. Can we go back to pre-war borders and have peace? Russia's committing not to do that, and then to fight off the Allies, or vice versa. Germany wasn't going to be allowed, and I'll get to why this is important in a moment. Because there's historical precedent for it. Wasn't going to be able to go, hey guys, yeah, we'll give up all of France, all of the Netherlands, all of Belgium, all of Norway, all of Denmark. Just let us fight the Soviet Union, and we'll see about doing something someday about Poland, maybe, and have the Western Allies go, yeah, good, you go take care of the Soviet Union, because we don't like the Soviet Union either. Let's see, what are they saying? They're making a joke. Yeah. Prolonged the war. That prolonged the war quite a bit. No, because this is not the later announcement that only unconditional surrender. This was a non-separate peace. This is a different deal. This is not the Casablanca or whatever conference, I forget which one it was, in which they said unconditional warfare that may be considered prolonging the war. This is not that. That's a different one, Ragar. they might change the name to United China after they get Taiwan. Well, that would be, they should change it beforehand as an excuse to get Taiwan Starstreak. If they do United China, and well, of course, Taiwan and Singapore are part of it, and any place else we can think of that there's a Chinese person, you know. But yeah, and we can talk about that. We probably will at some point, but I'm not going to go into the unconditional surrender and did it extend the war longer. That's a different thing. Now, to give another story. Okay, you've all heard of the French Revolution. At least I presume all of my viewers have heard of the French Revolution. Now, there's multiple reasons for why the French Revolution happened. There had been, of course, lots of revolts around Europe for many, many years. But the first real sort of, and some of them were sort of like in England back in the late Middle Ages, sort of leveling revolts, and they were specifically called levelers. They wanted to get rid of, it wasn't communistic as far as I can tell. It was just like at least getting rid of the idea of nobility and kings. And maybe the idea of getting rid of landlords, or, you know, for not so much a landlord as in a guy who rents a few apartments in a building that he personally owns and lived in, but the idea of, you know, great landowners, break them up to give all the peasants their little square areas of land themselves. Not that they all had to be the same size. It wasn't, at least from my readings, it was just get rid of the massive landholders, which is sort of breaking up the aristocracy. Sort of goes in hand to hand. So, but there's been those kinds of things in Europe forever. But the French Revolution was sort of special. And why? And there's multiple reasons why it happened in France, where it doesn't happen in Spain or in Austria or in Prussia. There's different reasons there, but Spain, I would say, was more of a, and decadency is an interesting term, and people often think of, you know, lavish parties, but just, and wealth inequality. And I people get on and on about, hey, thanks, Arno. Macau. Well, Macau is already, they've already got Macau and Hong Kong, so Macau, they have both of those. Macau is even more integrated than Hong Kong into China now. You know, talk about wealth inequality. I personally, and a lot of people talk about that today, I have no concerns over wealth inequality. I have concerns about people's standard of living. Okay, if we talk about, oh, well, their standard of living is so bad, and there's these other people within that same society, because they're different societies. We're not going to compare the standard of living in Africa versus America, because Africa is a shithole, corrupt society, worse than many, many other places. So they're not ever going to be comparative to like America or Europe. So different societies, we got to talk about wealth inequality within a society, not wealth inequality between societies. Those are different things. So don't, you know, well, what about people over somewhere? No, we're talking about in like the first world here at the moment. I'm not concerned over wealth inequality. I'm concerned over basic standards of living. If they're reasonably decent, if they're considered, and trust me guys, as I've said before, I'm sort of independently poor. Okay, I got budgets, I got to watch them, can't spend too much money. But I live a nice life. I got a nice computer, I got a car, got a nice apartment, you know, but I'm not well off, for sure. Now I'm well off compared to somebody living in Africa, certainly, but not in my society. So it's not like, oh, gamer, you've made it, these other people are struggling. Well, trust me, I'm struggling too. So long as the basic standard of living I can look at and go, yeah, that's okay. I don't care how rich how wealthy the 1% or whatever it is, and they have private jets and flying cars, and I don't care about wealth inequality. I care about basic standards of living. But we could look at Spain and society backwardness, including, you know, the really, you know, in 1780s, 1790s, there really isn't much industrialization, but there is some. You know, there has been some for 100 plus years. Spain is very sort of backwards, and Spain has gotten rich because of its colonies in Latin America and other places. much more so than in France. France is definitely making money out of the sugar colonies in the Caribbean and have other colonies around, absolutely. But Spain, much, much more so. And so Spain as a society in the late 18th century, you know, the elites are much more well off than the poor people, but the elites are mostly getting rich off of the colonies, if you will, not, I mean, they are sucking it out of the civilization around them, but not as much. I know we're on the French Revolution and why this stuff. Okay, so there's a lot of reasons why the French Revolution happens. Now, including leadership, including Louis XVI. He was a vacillating monarch. Probably overstate that in some degree, but some of the writers. But we definitely see him as such, and he is. And so I really do believe that structural, or that personalities are as important, if not possibly more important, than structural realities. You know, the structure of the society and the industry and the infrastructure. Those are all very important, but I am very much on personalities. But what really, in my opinion, and people talk about it, is why there's the French Revolution is because of the American Revolution. Partially, and I would say a small part of it, is just because the American Revolution happens and the ideas of liberty. But what really happens, the real reason it sort of causes it, is France goes all in on supporting the Americans in the Revolution, because France has lost several wars to the English, including the 7 Years' War, and in America it's called the French and Indian War, which has a little bit earlier and later start dates, I believe, or something, because there are some local issues here. And France has lost. You know, they've lost Quebec, they've lost a lot of stuff. So France wants to break up the British Empire. They don't, you know, realistically, none of the, I mean, because I'm sure you can find somebody thinking that they're going to maybe end up with colonies that are here. No, realistically, no, they're not going to get in any of these colonies. They just want to break it up. And then, of course, hopefully, instead of being a monopoly trading with, because there was mercantilism in which the American colonies could not trade with France or Spain. They could only trade with Britain, and then Britain could trade with France or Spain. So, you know, trade, whatever, you know, if you want to import from something that's made in France, you had to import it from England. So, you know, the stuff would be imported to England, paid whatever tariffs, and then sent to the Americas. If you want to export something that may end up in France, it first has to be sold to a English merchant, and then sold to a, you know, pay the import taxes, and then sold into France. So there was no direct trade to basically anywhere, legally speaking. Legally, we're not talking did it happen, we're talking you know, what the legal situation was. Well, so France goes in, and Spain and the Netherlands goes into war with Britain over this, because they see this as a chance of breaking up the British Empire to some degree. Now, the Americans are fighting mostly without any French land support, but the Southern campaign starts off well for the British. They come down. Cornwallis does a really good lightning sort of campaign around really disrupting things. Eventually, Washington is able to move his army down here away, because the army had been sort of bottling in the what more or less was the main British front up here at New York. Maybe you guys aren't interested in all this. Sorry if I've lost you because of this, but just interesting to me that Cornwallis gets down here. Well, it's more up here, Yorktown, but in Virginia here. Gets down here and gets bottled up by a an American-French army. The French come in and are able to land the army. The French have small windows, particularly during hurricane season. They've got to get their fleets out of this part of the world, and they know the British are going to do the same. So their sugar islands, these guys down here, are there's a lot of these events popped up down here, Guadeloupe and Reunion. I can click somewhere and get it. I don't know. Martinique, where's Reunion? I don't know. But they're sugar islands. Well, and of course, Haiti is major. So they're able to get their fleet up here, and so there's just small windows, and they come in and they land a French land army as well. De Grasse, the admiral, French admiral, has his fleet out here, and he's able to blockade the Chesapeake Bay, which is what it is here, and drive off the British fleet, Howe's fleet, and it goes back to New York. That is an unsuccessful attack, and because of that, and Cornwallis tries to do a night evacuation across the bay to move north. That gets effed up. And he has to surrender because they're running out of food and ammunition. Yeah. And the Franco-Americans are making inroads into some of the outer defenses, but it's really mostly just running out of food and ammunition to continue the fight. And he has to surrender, and there is no French or British ability to get through the French blockade in enough time. Okay, that functionally ends the American Revolution, or the American War of Independence, which would be what the English call it, and I would agree that is the technically more correct term, is more of a war of independence as opposed to a revolution, as in overthrowing the current leadership, because much of the leadership that was in place, the elite ruling class, are the ones that are promoting, this war. I mean, there are definitely Tories that are, either some of them are born in America, many of them are, born and raised Englishmen, but that are for business and other reasons that are in America, maybe not for the lifetime, but, for years and years, at a time, that don't go for it. But I would say it's an independence war. Once Cornwallis is defeated, all effective British actions, most all of them, this guy named, what was he called? Benedict something. Benedict Arnold. Yes, you've heard of him. He does lead, because he swaps over sides. Benedict Arnold, being called that as a traitor, does do some naval raiding. I think after Cornwallis is defeated, small ships and raiding naval ports. But most all British military operations stop, and eventually even that, everything stops, and there's just the British garrison in New York. Everywhere else, they've withdrawn from America, and all land operations have stopped. American privateers are still raiding British shipping up until the end because, hey, it's good business. Get to be a pirate for profit. You only got to turn over like 1/3 or something to the American government, to get a license to be a pirate. But basically all land operation stops. And America's, other than letting, independents to, independent operators to continue to go fighting, they stop the war and they start negotiating with the English. France and Spain in particular don't stop the war. They continue after there's peace between America and Britain. So after they signed a peace agreement, France and Britain are still at war. After Cornwallis is surrendered in Yorktown is when the Great Siege of Gibraltar starts, the sort of greatest activity, and is a Franco-Spanish joint siege, and it's the closest they ever really come to getting the British out. Even it's much less of a siege during when France and Spain are at war during the, Napoleonic era wars, when they actually do go to war with each other, much less of a thing. It's the major siege. There's, I think this time they get Majorca or something. I'd have to check me on that. But the war continues after the original reason for fighting the war. Well, the war starts with the American colonies, but France and Britain don't also sign in on this peace treaty. It's a separate sort of peace, and the reason this is why this causes the French Revolution is off of one of these islands, de Grasse, the admiral, is defeated. So the French fleet is utterly defeated, much of it captured or destroyed, and this is what bankrupts France, because let's just say during the normal course of events, wooden ships, they're going to eventually, we still have the Constitution and it's still afloat, which is old Ironsides, made with very good oak. Is still afloat and still in commission. I think if they get repaired, I think the HMS Victory could float, but it's kept dry. But generally speaking, eventually wooden ships are going to, rot and no longer function. So you're going to have a turnover and a replacement. Whether it's like one new big ship of the line a year or whatever the normal course. But take it, the great bulk of the good ships of the line of the French Navy are just gone. And these are, in modern terms, multi-billion-dollar ships. These are the highest technology objects in existence at their time. Yes, this is in a wooden world, but there's a lot of metal objects, and these are things that take incredible amounts to build them. Consider like aircraft carriers. So like let's just say America was in massive debt, sort of like we are. Okay, Mr. Duck, if you come back, that would be great, but if not, I understand. So let's say America was in massive debt, like we are, and let's just say all of our carriers just disappear. Boom, they're gone. Whatever reason, they're sunk, they're gone, and we've got to build new ones. And that would be hugely expensive. And that's what France has to do, is they've got to build a new fleet up, because either that or the next war, they're going to lose huge amounts of income from, the Sugar Islands and trade therein and other places, because the British will just scoop them up and they'll have no recourse to get them back. So that is what bankrupts France. And yeah, if you had the right leadership, they probably could have weathered the storm, made a few different good decisions, and not put down the Paris Revolt or whatever it would have been known as, and the French monarchy largely intact survives with modifications to the aristocracy system. But we see the French Revolution coming out of this. We also see more recently, because I'm still on the separate peace, we had the separate peace out of the Bolsheviks versus Germany in World War I, which allows the Bolshevik Revolution to be successful. Because had they been still fighting the Germans, even marginally, they would have won the popular support, because some of the popular support for the Bolsheviks was, let's get out of this senseless war. So they would have lost popular support in everywhere, enough of it, maybe not all of their support, but they wouldn't be popular where they were popular enough. And the whites institutionally were still around, would have had a much better chance of re-establishing their control. So we've seen how this can play out. Now, I would say because the Allies win, is we see them, people not piecing out even with this, because this is still just, and obviously some nations had, these government in exiles. France had pieced out, but now, the government in exile which, as they regain more and more territory, they become more and more legitimate. But this is sort of keeping up there, so this is good. Okay, so yes, freedom will prevail. Well, propaganda will prevail, because I don't think there's anything considered freedom in the Soviet Union. And the nationalist China, I know Arna's trying to get me back onto the game. We'll get there in a second. I don't think nationalist China is particularly free. It's not a totalitarian state like Soviet Union or something, but they're not particularly free. So yeah, whatever. Okay. Tropic Lightning Division is now ready for inspection on the Pacific Islands. Historically, the United States formed the Hawaiian Division to protect the islands. Okay. Yes, we'll do this. Roosevelt's radio broadcast, December 8, 1941. The next day, President Franklin delivered an aspiring speech to Congress. Okay, now this was what would have happened if Japan attacked Pearl Harbor, but we've gone into war. Very good. Okay, Fisher Tank Arsenal plant opened in 1942. It was originally built tanks for World War II in the Grand Plonk Fisher Tank Arsenal, and still sometimes called Tank Plant. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how many of these. Okay, Tank Factory in Flint, Manpower, yes, Veterans Opportunity. And Arno wants to see our bombers types. Okay. Well, according to this, it's B-17 for heavy bombers. Carrier Air Group, that looks like F-4F and Grumman torpedo bomber. Heavy transport plane are the DC-4s. Flying boats, Grumman Gosling, which is a variant from the Goose. Lockheed Martin, some Neptune thing that I don't know what that is doing there, but B-25 is our medium bomber. Close air support is the A-24. Light bomber is the B-20. Fighter bomber is P-43. Twin engine is this Aracuda thingy. An interceptor is the Air Cobra. So we're not even. I don't know. I would say the P-40 is a more advanced aircraft, I presume. So that's what we're doing for those, for fighter bombers. Okay. Yeah, we'll get that down. So putting this precedent and trying to push forward that no separate peace. But see, I don't think, we're not yet at war with Germany. We the United States. Where is her? Okay. Navy, yes. Okay. Pay, yes. 2000. Fireside chat. Tokyo Rose. Tokyo Rose is a generic game. The Pacific, during the approximately a dozen English-speaking female broadcasters of Japanese propaganda. However, Iva Toguri is mostly famously named behind Tokyo Rose. She was a native of Los Angeles and was stranded in Japan because she was visiting her family. When war broke out, the intent of these broadcasts was to disrupt the morale of the Allied forces listening to the broadcast. Allied servicemen in the Pacific often listened to the propaganda broadcast to get a sense, by reading between the lines, of their effect on the military sanctions. She often undermined anti-American scripts by reading them in a playful, tongue-in-cheek fashion, even going so far as to warn her listeners to expect a subtle attack on their morale. She began all of her broadcasts with a catchphrase, "Thank you, thank you, thank you." Now, if I have this right, she was very strong. Was one of them, and I think it's her, was a very strong American patriot who did do the broadcasts. But she would take things like bundling up food and taking them out to the American prisoner of war camps and handing it over. And she was very much working what she could do to help the American cause. But she was sort of trapped in the bad situation. And, what she was doing that was really pushing actually sort of pro-American stuff out in the propaganda. And that was recognized quietly after the war. Okay. Annual espionage focus. I think we're going to continue doing political spying. Sounds like what the Democrats normally do. We're a democratic government. Okay. Economic boost. We're going to go short term for more ICs. U.S. military bases. Okay. 8th Army Air Force creation. Okay, the history of the U.S. 8th Army with its aviation in Georgia. Quick order. Okay. Activated. British Isles was announced, arrived in England to establish. Okay, we're going to do this. Now, I didn't know if we were going to get this as America, but we now have bombers, but we are yet. I'm okay. Let's. I don't know if the British may flee this airbase now. But we're not, like I say, we're not yet at war with. Let me just check and make sure we are still not at war with Germany. Oh, let's. Yeah, we're not yet at war with Germany, so I don't know why this has happened, but let's put somebody. What do these? Okay, those are pretty good things. Heavy artillery. I mean, they're not great divisions, but let's give them a decent commander here. Okay, so that gives us that. Now, or I would be bombing Germany, but we'll wait just a little bit. I will see. We 9 tank factories. Pause. Okay. Diplomacy. We could. Declare war, but I'm just wanting to see if they're with the. Like I've said, I've not played this, and since we sort of went to war with Japan, I want to see if Germany will declare war or something. Tropical island garrisons, excellent. Veteran, yeah, we'll take that. At some point, I think we'll use it. Getting through that. Okay, supplies, we need more. Oh, we've gone way down supplies. We need a bunch more supplies. Now, some of that might be lost in our system that we'll get back, but we'll do that. But I do want to do a bombing campaign against Germany. I'm a little surprised that event happened for a human player. Okay, establishment of the Civil Air Patrol cap. President, we have untapped potential with our many civilian pilots, and perhaps we should organize them into auxiliary forces, directly Civil Air Patrol. Congressionally chartered, federally supported nonprofit corporation that serves as an official. Okay. Yeah, I know it still exists. Okay. Let's see what got that. Was that other thing? Oh, we got. Oh, whoa. Okay. Transport planes. Yeah, we know about those guys over there. Postal patrol. In Rumsford. Where is this? Let's. Okay, there. Okay, well, we don't need to be flying just yet because there's nothing there. Okay, more transport. More transport. Okay, Jacksonville. The Great Lakes. Southwest. Well, that saves us a lot of building of transport planes. Okay, well, we have these guys here off of the Pacific coast. Well, for now, let's do naval strikes here, just in case there's any submarines out there. And up here in the northern, okay. We may put these out to like Hawaii eventually, but carrier damage control is advanced. Like it's grayed out though. The oh, it's maybe over here. Yeah, great. You're here. You made it down here. You're coming this way. You attack into there. Now become a regional air power. And Sweden, what does Sweden? Yes, we'll give you Sweden some energy. They're not yet on our naughty list, so. Oh, okay. Supply transportation. We'll let that continue. These guys here. Let's bombard their ground attack. He's got hit by a bunch of fighters, it looks like. So what we're going to do here, which probably should have done before, but move you down here, worried about basing. Okay, air intercept. There we go. Okay, well, let's stop until we get some more organization done up. You down to here. Let's keep moving you south. Any ships somewhere? Back to that soon, but let's look around. These and also efficiency. Who's blocking the what? Why isn't this moving? Ninja Army. Okay, yeah. Get our fighters working. wasn't moving through there. They're bombing me. They're doing poorly, so we're going to go on the defensive. We've lost, yes. Get organized back up a bit more. There. Okay. No, just low infrastructure. Okay. Here we go. Midway Island. Storming Midway. So we have sooner than I thought. Sooner than I thought. Mobile unit training, advanced CAG crew training. Okay, so the war is really heating up. Okay. Yep. CAG crew mobile unit. Infantry unit training. That and okay, well, that's a pretty big invasion fleet. And yes, I've probably been a little late in getting these guys going here. Base. Yep, we missed our best chance of being ready. We didn't break the code and know that they were coming this soon, because they did not come this soon into Midway. They came to Wake, but not Midway. Now, you fly. Oh, can you? Nope, didn't think so. But you fly to here. Now that you're here, naval strike. What are we bombing? Okay, well, that's easy to kill if we can get the ships out there. Okay, Venezuela. Well, we could sort of use the money, so I will do the copper trade. Okay, infantry unit command and control advance. Very nice. We probably will, like I said, come back to some of these 1942 texts soon, but I want to check other stuff. The infantry mobile unit fighter ground crew training. If it's at 42, we're going to keep that going, because those are a little more timely and critical. Twin engine airframe research. Right, and that was that one. Got the fighters being researched. Well, we got all those heavy bombers now in England. Let's do some heavy bomber research. Crude oil. Let's make sure we get reinforcements coming as needed. And we're going to continue to increase our officer training. Hello, Hee Hee. How you doing? Okay, so not making too much. I'm in a little bit of a dent there. Okay, taking out our Marine garrison already, so that's already collapsed. That's why I sent in more. You know, let's risk our submarine fleet. No, can't quite make it to there. These are all that short-ranged. Peace out. Be closer. Well, I guess we'll base them out of here. Terrain close combat tactics. Okay, I think that is here, and it's 41, and we'll let that continue. How are we doing out here? Okay, let's go back to this. Well, fleets are moving. Carriers are going fastest. We can get out here and save this. A lot harder to retake it than it would be just to sink that damn fleet. Capital ship damage control. Okay, yes, that's grayed out, so we don't have to worry too much. Major defeat. Okay, we've lost Midway. Right, well, we've lost Midway. We're not going there anymore. We probably could have made it had I had the fleet deployed out here. Everybody learn from my mistakes. Okay, formation of the Airborne Corps. Yeah, let's do this. Midway belongs to the Japs. Uh-oh. We're being attacked out here. Well, we at least have the carriers coming. Okay, carriers. Move out to here. Have the battleships ready here yet? No, they're coming a bit slower. I knew they were slower. Yeah, that's sort why, partially why we have them separated out. Carriers from the, we do have 2 light carriers with those guys, but fighter pilot training, that's gonna, what? Yeah, we're gonna continue that. Submarines. These guys. You're gonna go right there. And you know what you're gonna do? You're gonna go right here. Let's start isolating that island. Cut them off from supplies. Japs take Tarawa. The Japs already had Tarawa. So we know where Guam is. This truck. I thought Tarawa was. We have just a Jarvis down here. Johnston Island, which, I mean, these islands are literally like that big. Some of these other things way out here, but I don't know. Tarawa is somewhere. I don't know. Modulane. So, a medium fuel tank research has advanced. So that is there. So that opens up all of these guys. So we're going to do flying boats with those. These guys here. See if we can do some naval striking. We found it earlier. It's probably not enough to stop them, but maybe we could disrupt them a little bit. Garrison is shattered. Oh, Attu. Attu. Uh-oh. Battle of Attu Island. Yes. Okay, so they've taken Attu. Taken Attu up there. Wow, the Japanese really are. This AI is really going, guys. Okay, sacrifice the homeland. No, we're not going to do any of that stuff. Battle for Wake Island, we've won. Okay, hold on. Pause. Okay, well, our forces are under attack over here. And, okay, twin engine ground. These guys are coming. Well, good thing we got these guys here. Well, their forces that they were attacking here were much weaker. We are going to... what can't we... won't let us... Okay, the range is not long enough. Okay, oh, we can sortie. We'll give enemy found. No, we don't want to do that. No. Okay, so... Okay, it's too far away for current range of our aircraft. Okay, good. Well, they just lost three invasion force and an escort. That's what we should have been ready to do for Midway. But we saved Wake Island this time, but not Midway. Okay, hello guys. Export of aluminum. Who wants to? Soviet Union. Yes, we will trade aluminum with Soviet Union. You guys are going to go there. That what we just saw. Hopefully we have some destroyers. Yes, good. There's some anti-submarine. Now we also have a Halsey out there. We have King. Well, that was fairly exciting. I think we're going to end this episode here. Oh. What's happening out here? Okay, they have come with something. Don't know if this was an attempt to evacuate or push us off. I don't know. Definitely going into port. Fleet carrier class advance. Okay. Let's look at that. I think that's over here. Maybe not. Where? Maybe carrier here. Yes. Hello, Sun Temple Pilot Radio. How you doing? Yes. Talked about Tokyo Rose a bit earlier. If that's what you're doing a callback to, cool. Is we still okay? Well, I'm not going to. Let's see. Don't know that I'm going to research much more up from here on carriers. So yes, because we might build some more, but I was trying to get. I don't want to keep building too much later. Hopefully, we won't lose carriers or battleships. Let's do artillery brigades with that. Sinking their fleet. Okay, well, they lost 3 destroyers. Belgium. We give them money for supplies. Okay. Well, I think we are going to end this episode, not the live stream, but the episode. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. Really appreciate all you guys. See you next time for more, yes, more Hearts of Iron. Okay, I'm going to make a safety save here. And then be right back, and we will continue this. Good. We'll continue in just a moment. Back. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice. And we've had, oh, well, this is, okay, the Attu garrison is reformed back here after being lost out here. And we should maybe attach a few more units to some higher commands. Well, San Diego, Manila, whatever. Okay. We've had 1 win, 1 loss. We've lost Midway to an invasion. We succeeded in defending Wake Island. Excuse me, a little bit of hiccups. So we've done that. What I like to do here, and we've had they lost 3 destroyers. Some, I don't know if they were coming to take away the garrison here, which is like 4 division or so. Nope. What happened, for those of you not watching in too much detail, Japan AI murder ships, yes. is Japan declared war against. Let me see. We have the Hawaiian division here. Yeah. Declared war against the Western Allies before America is in, and not early in 41, and not against the Americans. So we have a little different start. America, I had the opportunity to um, to declare war. Here, I can't get across this. Wait, there's maybe some submarines there or something. So we didn't quite do a Pearl Harbor. So it's slightly different there. Whoa, okay. Ammunition, aluminum surplus, yes. Armored car designs have improved. Nice. We could do special purpose armor. Get those alligators and whatnot for the Marines. Yeah. Okay, so another little. Okay, so our CAG here is. What is in here? What happened? There were no losses. Okay, going after their ships here. CAG pilot training. Good. What year are we on? 42. Yeah, we'll continue that. Light cruiser crew training, which is over here. Cruiser 43. Yeah, we'll stop that for now. Yeah, okay, night training, we could do that. That will be useful. Japan was particularly good at that, but the U.S. had radar, so that sort of equalized. Hello, MMDB. How you doing? What I'm sort of hoping is that we see a battle out here, because we have this nice battleship group, and these guys. Do you? Right, okay. Oh, well, now, can these guys naval strike? Now these guys, they couldn't naval strike from, I don't know. They can strike one province away, but I don't know. So what I'm hoping here is we sit out here, they lose organization, and then we can come in. No, we're not buying supplies from Vichy France. Oh, thinking of that. I had, yes, okay, all of you guys get on board ship. You come over to here. Rebase. Once we get to here, I'm going to think about declaring war against defenseless Germany. And then we can see about pounding the Reich with the air. Production doing okay. As soon as we get through some of these guys, we'll be able to switch over. And, oh, okay, fighter wings. We can use the fighter wings. Boyington, Pappy Boyington. Now you got to be on a Navy or Yeah, because you're a Marine Corps pilot, but let's just get one of these generic guys here. Okay, well, we have some fighters up here. Where else could we station? They've got one there. One, okay, well, that's two. Well, let's. Okay, they're sort of full up there. Let's come to here. Let's put these guys back to air intercept this region. Oh, pause. Okay. Pop up and pause. Okay, so out here off of Wake Island, where we did win, we just took out two DDs and the CA heavy cruiser, the Kinugasa. The Kinugasa went down. And we are in good shape there. And in, oh, well, one of our destroyers was hit. So we've taken that down. Don't know how long it'll take them. All right. What we need to do, let's pause this. Let's look for, I know we have some Marine divisions building. We are really under equipped. We're unprepared. I know that. And I knew that going in for land combat. No, I sent some divisions here. We do have a few there. What more do we have laying about that's an actual division? Okay, there we go. Buffalo Soldiers. Cavalry Division. Just what we wanted. Send into islands in the Pacific, I'm sure. Okay, well, that has light tanks in it at least. Okay, that would maybe a better division there. Those two divisions. Okay, so these two divisions, what we need to do is can't use the liners because they can't invade, but the auxiliaries can. And we want the heavy auxiliaries because they're going to have the longest range. So let's get all the light ones out. What is their current range? Because they will go up over time. Range, okay, yeah, 12,000. Okay, that should be enough. We have one light or one heavy auxiliary division there. We have one landing craft, and its current range is 27. Okay, so it's even better. But let's send that over here. I don't know. Here to here. Yes, rebase. We did have one loss of convoy over here. So what we're going to do is we're going to put we're going to patrol. Let's do it passive. I put those submarines out as aggressive, and they got sunk. And I think that was maybe not the best thing to do. Put these guys out here. Convoy rating passive. Meaning if they start to take a fair amount of damage, they should head home. Trying to shut down some of the Japanese convoys. We have that. No. Okay. Form the U.S. Air Force, U.S.A. Air Force Training Command. Okay, Kingman. Oh, this. That's that sort of give it over to the province and you attack it and attack it. Not the worst thing in the world, but how could I don't know. Japan sunk some U.S. subs. Some were lost, and I presume they were sunk due to enemy action. Can you get down there now? Okay, good. Get down. Keep these guys from being cut off. Okay, you fall back to there. That's the Netherlands now. Not down here where there's U.S.A. What does Canada? Crude oil. Yes, you can have crude oil, Canada. Let's just put you guys around here to patrol submarines or whatever that might be there. The United Kingdom lost Ramillies and Nelson. A couple of battleships down. We're going to break off the Houston that is needing repair. We're going to send the Houston back to Hawaii. Get repaired. These guys are doing well. All of that. Yeah, well, yeah, let's send back them. Repaired. Mining good. Building up our money. Okay. Use industrial focus of our puppets, which is there, and we're going to do army focus like we have been. Okay. Another battle taking place here. Okay. Build up the, okay, pause. Mexico, okay. Build up the bases, need description here, okay. Kingsland, Norwich, so lots of bases in Britain. Singapore Falls. Battle of Bush. Okay, they've been trying to like get out. What are the guys doing that we sent down here? Are they organized up at all? Not yet. Hope they're getting supplied through here. Yeah. Yes, it probably would be better to try to... What? Oh. Japanese submarine shells refinery near Santa Barbara, causing little damage. This is something of an interesting tale. A Japanese naval officer visits this location. I forget some of the details of it, but visits this location around Santa Barbara area. And if I remember correctly, something embarrassing happens. Like he trips and falls or something. So later on, when he's a submarine commander, he comes back and shells it. I mean, this is literally the story. So yeah, I wish I had the. It does make sort of a funny story. I wish I had the details for it. Because I didn't know we were going to have an event like this, or I would have looked that up. Okay, we've won. Yes, we're winning out here. Japan attacks. Okay, gain one in descent. Yes, we're going to pay our industry. I hate these events. So that was one of the few rare shellings of anything in America. Okay, okay, we have. And we can also drop that there. So what we can do here is grab these two and add that to there. It's going to be slow, and I know it. Well, long-range subs, we could use those long-range subs. Oh. Here's one. We sent a few more up here. That's the best way, is just to cycle through. Liner, oh, it's maybe stuck in the liners. Not those. This, okay. Modem up to be commanding those. Okay, so move the liners back over to here. They're the ones that move at a reasonably good speed. And we're going to move the auxiliaries over here. They're super slow, but they'll allow us to invade. So with that, we'll have the ability to invade. Well, we probably have to get the 2 sets of liners out. Let's send them down to here. Hopefully there's no Japanese submarines off of here. Make sure everybody gets on the right. U.S. kept this sort of attacks hidden. I don't know if they did over. I know I saved some information. No, that did make the newspapers. It did make the newspapers. Sun Temple Radio. I remember I've saved a clip, just a digital clip of an article about it. So that did make the papers. The one that I know that they kept secret was Japan did a high atmospheric bombing, balloon bombing attempt on America. Well, they did it. They knew enough about the jet streams, go high enough up into there that there's, constant high-speed air movement well off the ground. Tell you how much I know about it, but just it's up there. And they knew it would come over Japan and come over the United States. And so they developed bombs. This was in like 44 or 45, so it's fairly late. The balloons would go up, and they were set up to be what they thought timed to come over America, and then at the right time release to try to create forest fires. And there, a few of these made it. At least a few made it to America. I don't know what happened to most of them. And I think there was one minor fire created, and they got a few of these other things somewhat intact, meaning they weren't all burnt up. So they figured out what was going on. Now, that was kept a secret because, not that they were afraid that America would know about it, they didn't want Japan to get any feedback. So they were more worried about what Japan thinks, or what is going on, versus what the American public. So they knew that Japan knew that they shelled, the refinery, the oil field. And it was just, one submarine shooting its deck gun. So they weren't really like, how effective was it? There, and play down the damage. And it was minor damage. So they weren't trying to hide things from the American people. They didn't go into detail, and then it took months for even to let everyone know that the Arizona was lost, because Japan knew that some of the stuff was lost, but they really wanted to keep the details out, but that there was lots of casualties in Pearl Harbor, because Japan knew it. It's just how much did they know. So they're more concerned about what the enemy knows than what America knows. So it all comes down to that. Hello, Beam Slam and Plastic Gangsta. Let's see. I got an idea. You should make a stream on how to take over the world in 10 easy steps. Yeah. But then I'd be giving my plans away. But then again, my plans haven't worked out so far. So maybe we'll see. Okay, how much this looks like my cup of tea, except when I played the vanilla game, you could not control armies of your allies, and under AI control, they did weird and stupid things. No way you could play, say, the British and U.S. against Germany, because whichever AI would not cooperate at all. Absolutely, get Plastic Gangster. That is a problem. Now, what Black Ice has done, the team, is, and we can't really see it now, there are some events that give some German divisions, they're actually sort of created. I mean, they sort of create these divisions. They don't take them out of your order of battle to sort of represent Germany's commitment to Romania. But they've also created events that turn over large Hungarian and Romanian forces to Germany. They also give two different, because there's two different waves of them, two different waves of Italian forces over to, that represent the order of battle of Italy's commitment to the Eastern Front. So they've done some of that, but the main Hungarian and the main Romanian armies, no, you don't. The main Italian, no, you don't. So yeah, you don't have that. That is quite true. I would love not to create one big country, but I really wish you could play all of your allied people. But there is one really big problem with doing that, Plastic Gangster, that you might go, yeah, you're right, we shouldn't take over the other allies. Just you leave it up to the AI. Is you got to remember that the AI that is your allies that are doing stupid things, your AI opponent is that same AI. Now, maybe slightly slightly given to, targeted for each nation, but it's basically the same AI. So it becomes an unfair advantage if smart human player is playing all of one side's faction against dumb AI. So it's sort of kind of a balancing out element because the AI is as bad as it is. Okay, well, it looks like the Italians have made good inroads into Free France over here. But the British have come back and are pushing against them, which is good. We are still shifting up our forces here, so we're getting ready to declare war on Germany. Only 3 US sunk in 42. Yeah, you're right. There weren't many, but somehow they sunk them. Now, of course, the Americans, and there is an event that have nerfed our submarines because of the bad torpedoes the Americans had. So there is an event that does that. Okay, 6 Air Force formation. Yes. Shall we form the 6 Air Force regional command? Yes, okay. Now is that just a HQ thingy? Probably. Okay, fine, but it's down here. It's a little more defense capability. This region with these guys. Yeah, they keep trying to get their fleet out. Now we've lost our CAG here, which is not good. But how is our CAG doing over, our CAGs doing over here? They all look like they're in good shape, and the one attached to the surface fleet. Okay, the best solution would be to have all the major played by human player and multiplayer. Yeah, well, that's my dream someday, to create a series doing that. And the 6 majors is the dream hope, at least. You know, Germany, Italy, and Japan on one side, and then U.S., Britain, and USSR, even though USSR had its own faction, but on the other side. Obviously, they would be allowed to communicate and talk, you know, the USSR with the other one, so functionally they'd be the same sort of side, more so. Yeah, you can do that, but now in my miminal test of some of these things, how long will you until you get up there? Okay, okay. No, what we're gonna do, we're gonna stop you. We're gonna send you to here. No, make sure we get to the right province, because you're gonna get there probably a lot faster than these guys. So, get on board the ships. I know we're sending the. Oh, you don't have enough space even. Okay, well, stop. You come back to here then. We're gonna hopefully get enough. We'll see if we can do it. But the more players you have, the slower the thing goes. So I am worried about that a bit. From my testing, so I'm worried about this. 11th Air Force, Regional Anchorage, Alaska. All right. 5th Air Force supplies. Okay, we got to get. Okay. Okay, we're sinking some marine or some transports with our submarines. Okay, we've got to get more supply production up. Because we're way down. Once we get some of these guys out, I want to get into, well, we got to get some more CAGs going. Oh man, we just got to get some more CAGs because we've lost. These are fairly cheap. Okay. They used to be super expensive. We're going to move these to the top. Be ready in July. Yeah, we'll move those. I know it pushes some of these divisions down. So yeah, it wouldn't be a bad idea to say have 2 players for a country like Germany or the U.S. because see, the U.S. would be 1 player in the Pacific and 1 for the European theater. That could work, but the question comes down to is how much does that slow the game down? And just on the game engine, let alone the needing, because you see how much I'm pausing here. I don't know how well it would work, and I don't want to. I like to be able to think, and of course, if I'm doing a YouTube thing, I wouldn't be able to do these long monologues, but be able to talk a little bit. Okay, twin engine pilot training advance. All right, that's over here. Twin engine pilot. Okay, 42. That's our year, so we're going to keep going with that. Airborne assault tactics. That let's stop that. We're already in 41. Yeah, reception tactics. I think that may be a bit more timely. Found U.S. and Britain can always be the hardest to play because of all. Yeah, because I mean, to play this the way I want to, I would be playing a lot slower. But I'm trying to keep these things going for your entertainment. Even as Germany, I'd be playing a lot slower because there's just so much fun, and I do think it's fun to micromanage all of this. Okay. Disconnect. Connect. And maybe I should, well, I know I should get a more proper locally done army over here, but okay. Well, let's end this episode, not the live stream, guys, but we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you all so much. I really do appreciate those guys who and unfortunately, it's most of you guys. I know, hi Tinky out there. There's the one or two women that actually do watch this content once in a while. But I want to thank you all so much and see you next time for, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Let's just do a safety save in case something collapses on me. Little P for Let's Play, so I know which save I'm doing here. U.S. is easy, big industry, manpower, safe from attack. Yeah, it is. It's the boss nation. And mainly what we're doing here with this is, one, just to play something other than Germany because I got enough feedback. And no, sorry, I'm not going to play Turkey because it would be boring as hell. Now, if 10,000 people from Turkey really want to watch me play as Turkey and they all sign up and let me know, I'll play it. But I don't think there would be enough people to watch me play as Turkey or Switzerland or whatever. Spain might be interesting through the Civil War, but after that, it sort of gets boring. Yeah, I know you'd want me to join the war or whatever, but so small nations probably, are not going to be enough viewers. So what I'm doing with the U.S. is trying to do, you bake turkey, not play it. Absolutely, Rhaegar. But yeah, is trying to do something different by what we're doing here. Now, I was hoping to push the Japanese out, and obviously we haven't, but we are coming down here. Now, they're able to retreat across here, so you know what we're going to see about doing. Rebase to here. We're going to use our motor torpedo boats to patrol this area. That should at least stop the Japanese from getting out of Mindanao down here. Entertain the troops. Bob Hope with, who is, I don't, for some reason I'm not recognizing her. U.S.A. was founded in 1941 in response to a request from President Franklin D. Roosevelt to provide morale and recreation services to U.S. uniformed military personnel. Roosevelt was elected as honorary. I think we already had this. Something like this. 6 civilian organizations. Yes, we already had something like this. Well, okay, maybe it's slightly different. Private organizations. Okay. Oh, okay. So we actually get to send Bing Crosby to entertain the soldiers. Well, I don't know why that's costing us money. The Andrews sisters. Why is the Andrews sisters going to the Navy? The Boogie Woogie Bugle Boy of Company B. I think they're more of an army band. Melina Dietrich, whose song was popular, or Lily Marlene was popular on both sides. Don't know why airmen, okay. What What the hell? Send them all 10,000. Oh boy, that's a lot. Not right now. Gain 2 in descent. Okay. Because of what's going on here, we're going to, well, yeah, because of what's we're gonna send Bing Crosby. Now, why do they have a picture of Bob Hope when we're sending Bing Crosby? That is, I don't know. I don't know who that is. I don't recognize her. She's not Ann Sheridan. Doesn't look like Ann Sheridan. I don't know. Not a very big name there. Okay, so we'll spend this and go there. I just don't quite have the 10,000 to spend them all. Military rations production, which has pushed us into the red, but great. Get that. Okay, okay, we're balanced out there. Must be young. Yeah, well, yeah, no, this is Bob Hope at sort of his peak time here. Visit the boys. Okay, land organization and organization regain rate is up. Ammunition production. Yeah, this is just going to help reduce by considerably the amount of supplies we need, or amount of ICs we need in supplies. We can do naval basing efficiency. That would be good. Better energy. Yes, you can have energy. We could withdraw here, but I don't know. Biggest problem now, if I start to try to withdraw, that if my retreating forces and a Japanese fleet shows up here even momentarily, it could cause us. Okay, up here in Alaska, they're invading. Well, I'm not going to let them distract me from my main mission down here. But we're gonna keep our fleets down here. Okay, and supply organization. We know supply production. The one finally here. Supply organization. Okay, 42. We'll let that continue. Getting our officer situation, logistical warfare focus down to, yeah, but we'll do this. Okay, let's come back to here. Let's give them a few more, hopefully, okay. You go back down to here. You come out to Hawaii. I know where it is, just finding it out in the middle of the ocean is a bit much sometimes. Okay, we keep winning this battle. They keep trying to get this destroyer or whatever it is out. I'm hoping that yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's another one here. Hoping I'm cutting off their supplies. Yes, we knew we were going to lose these islands. I didn't add special garrisons to them because I didn't really plan on trying to hold them. Okay, well, we're gonna fall back to here while this is still in good shape, because we're gonna maybe hold on across these other things. Okay, bouncing around. Looks like they're being shadowed by somebody. 10th Air Force, yes. Where material. Let's continue here. Oh, is this a battle? No. Okay, export of tungsten will last for a year to Bolivia. Yeah, I could use the money because they're draining us of money, and I don't like that. I don't like the way they use money. This is just the occasion here that these guys are blocking the retreat. Okay, well, we took out, here we took out a heavy cruiser. We lost none. Past pilot training has advanced. Let's see here on the, yeah, 42, we're continuing that. We're trying to get our air cooling systems. Right. Is air cooling systems. I think it's either grayed out or, okay, yeah, it's one and done. Okay. But that allows us to research climb rate focus and single engine maneuverability focus. Avionics, maybe? No. Here, okay. So both of these look like pure good stuff. So let's start with that one. Okay, so they've lost the DD there, and we've taken a little bit of damage. And what's our fleet like here, condition-wise? Okay, that's looking good. The carriers, and yeah, nope. Another sort of thing. Okay, so we're here, and I do think if we can, we will try to withdraw while we're in good shape to this other island here. Okay, Super 6, just a, well, hopefully this end until U.S. gets recruitment. Okay, so we could use some these guys out here. Rebase. We have these guys for air intercept. Now we just got 6 armor division. Yeah, cool, but I need divisions, not just HQs. Yes, the fighters, all fighters and naval units will rebase if they're lost, if their base is lost. No, it may be a little better to us rebasing them. These guys here are pretty well shot up, and they are overstacking, so we're going to send them back up to Clark up there. These guys can come over to here. And what we're going to do is we're going to put them on naval striking here. Okay, now this is fairly deep inside Japanese territory, because here's Wake up here. I do not really want to use surface ships to protect our transports. Okay, light anti-aircraft. Yeah. Stop that. We're going to go back to here and do single engine maneuverability focus. British moving a battleship around here. Battleship, destroyer, and 2 light cruisers. Where are they going? God, I don't know. Maybe they're shadowing some. Sometimes the AI will shadow some fleet for a long, long time. Okay. Well, and this is happening because of our losing transports. But what I'm going to do now is we're going to declare war against Germany. Okay. We can declare war. I was waiting to see if there was an event if Germany was going to declare war on the United States. Now, it made it super simple for America that Germany declares war right after Pearl Harbor. Because there were a lot of Americans that just sort of looked at Europe and said, they're always just going to war with each other. You know, yeah, okay, the Great War, World War One, but you know, you have the Franco-Prussian War before that, and you have all these other wars going on. You know, the war, the 19th century wars of the Italian unification, and you got all this stuff going on. And why do we need to go fight in their wars? And of course, you have much larger European descendant population in Americans than you do Asian, still to this day, obviously. So, yeah, there are, and especially in World War II, as time goes on, with okay, Poland, yeah, there's Polish Americans, but they're actually a fairly small minority, and a few Czechoslovak Americans, yeah, they're really small. You have a lot more Russian Americans of various types, or people inside of Russia or the Soviet Union, whether they consider themselves Russians, various Eastern peoples, and you have a lot of other, but you also have huge numbers of Italians and German Americans, and both as in immigrants as well as born here. The Italian American community, even to this day, and elements of it, have sort of this love-hate relationship with Mussolini. And especially back then, a lot of Italian Americans sort of looked upon Mussolini as someone trying to get Italy organized right, correct, or whatever you want to say. And then other ones were, shall we say, Sicilian. Mr. Duck's back. Very good. Sicilians, and some of them were, in gangsters or had families or associates of gangsters. In Italy, Mussolini goes after them hard. So once the war really breaks out, America does a deal with its gangster community, which has been negatively impacting America ever since. We'll just close this down. One, they work with some of the gangster communities to make sure that the dock workers, shall we say, work well during the war. There are. Some of you may have caught some of the stream, and I will probably put up a version eventually of Starship Troopers Terran Command, which is a great game, I would say. if you like Starship Troopers lore. And they talk about in there, and it's sort of in a sarcastic way of, that union organizing is helping, is like a criminal offense because it strikes because it's helping, the aliens win. Well, yeah, it really sort of kind of is, because, and they make it out as in a way, a lot of people now I think would go, oh, look at, the outlawed unions, these people are fascists. Well, because I recently read the book, and actually a couple days ago now, 3 days ago, I read the book finally, but I'd seen the movies and the TV series and others before it, but they were losing the war both in the book and the TV series. They were losing the war to the bugs. And the bugs were exterminating humanity, not just, different people in charge, and is it worth dying for? No, it was, you could die fighting, or if you give up, you're going to die anyways. And so union organizing of any sort of opposition union, as opposed to like you see communist unions in a communist country, or Nazi unions in Nazi Germany, those are functions of the state. So they are just making sure everything works smoothly, kind of thing, is all that they're doing. But yeah, if you're facing a war of extermination, maybe you shouldn't do strikes and organized worker protests, because maybe things are fucked up, but things are all going to hell anyways, and you got to get it done. Because to get to a real world human period, well, maybe late 42, while Guadalcanal is going on as, and again, this should be a single province island. I don't like what Black Ice has done. It comes at one, yeah, right. One Liberty ship a day comes at a cost, absolutely. But while Guadalcanal was going on, while the U.S. needed to get supplies that they were, I forget, the guy came and asked my opinion on, did I like what he was responsible for adding these sort of turning these islands into 2 province islands. And I told him I didn't like it. I don't like it. But in a way, if we were talking about a game that was about this here, yeah, this, playing the Solomon Islands campaign or whatever, or even this sort of campaign, yeah, what he was doing was good, but for this grand strategy and the size of this thing. But when the Americans, for whatever little port there was, Japan sort of had it, but the Americans are landing stuff on the beach, and there are serious dock worker strikes going on while that is happening in Australia, at the very docks that the Americans are trying to unload supplies from ships that are coming from America, to load them on ships and load them on in a way in which they can take them off the ship. Because, the way you're putting on supplies in San Francisco or Los Angeles or wherever, and sending them to Australia, okay, that's one thing. But when you want to offload them onto a beach, you want to get them, ready to sort of, get off the ship and put them on landing ships and ships capable of doing it. So you have to reorganize the cargo. So the very people that they're requiring and needing to offload these supplies and reload them onto other ships, while guys are dying, Australian dock workers are striking over things. And you know what? Yes, I would say it would have been perfectly fine to get out there and hang 20 or 30 of them, because guys are dying while you guys are striking. And I think it was incredibly because they weren't already in the practice was, well, hey, the guy who has the worst work performance today, we're hanging them, or something. They weren't doing, cruel and unusual punishments to these dock workers in Australia. And look at what cruel and unusual might be going on in other parts of the world, in the Soviet Union, in China, in Japan, to workers, in Manchukuo, who weren't, to slave workers around the world, literally slave workers that we can talk about in Nazi Germany, not just whatever. These guys were fucking striking for, I don't know, better pay, better whatever, better working conditions, better hours or whatever, while guys are dying up here. And it's not just like other things. It was striking over getting these guys their supplies. And so that to me is criminal. And that to me is, just like, okay, let's just line all you dock workers up, and we're just, randomly lining you up and then count decimation. Every 10th person, we just shoot right there in line. Just shoot right there in line and go, tomorrow, are you going to be working hard, or we're going to decimate you again? And I'm mad at this, and yes, this happened a long time ago. But this is because guys are dying here, and they're not getting the bullets and the fuel and whatever they need. And if you're that fucking selfish, that's criminal. And it's criminal to the extent that, yes, I do think death penalty, because it's combat and it's helping the enemy. So Australian dock workers were doing that during the war. Okay, well, the mafia is used. There were strikes in America during the war, and the ones that I know about, and I don't know everything. Trust me, I've not delved deep into the American home front, but I think one of them this is Chicago over here. I think one of them was in Chicago, or maybe it was in Detroit, but one of these industrial cities in the north. City transportation workers, whether they were trolleys or buses or whatever, I forget the detail, go on strike at some point because they start hiring black workers to work on those things, on the city transportation. And these people are looking out for their group's job, whether it's Polish Americans or just white Americans or whatever else. This is in the North. This is not in the South. This is not the segregated South, which very much was segregated during this time period. This was bringing in blacks that had moved up to here, bringing them in to work on these, in some of these plants here, that the transportation worker stopped. Well, now the worker can't get to his work because these cities are dense and they're not like California, and they've already shut down a lot of the, because again of rubber, not because so much for the fuel, because America has a fuel problem on the Burma front. America has a fuel problem out in the desert, because it's getting the fuel. America definitely, as you well know, the Patton and whatever running out of fuel. Yeah, America has a fuel problem here. America don't have a fuel problem in Britain. America certainly doesn't have a fuel problem in America. It has a fuel problem out on the, the edges of its, military action, but it doesn't have a fuel problem of enough refineries or getting the fuel around here. It's enough tankers and because you can put 50-gallon oil drums, we call them, but drums filled with gasoline in it, but that's more unstable. It could blow the ship up. It's better to do it as tankers, and America is severely limited on tankers, so it does have tanker problems. It really does, but that's outside of America. And it might be some region somewhere is relying upon tankers as opposed to train cars, but probably it can move the fuel and train cars just fine around America. So they really don't have a gas problem in America, gasoline problem, I should say, in America during the war. So keeping workers from getting to work because the trams, the trolleys, the buses, so I don't know that Chicago, if they had an underground or if it was above ground train system, I don't know. But it wasn't running because they were hiring black workers and they wanted to keep it up. So they move in the Army because trust me, there's lots of Army. Some of it's training, some of it's National Guard. There's lots of soldiers all over America. America limits its deployment. It determines at some point to have only 100 divisions deployed overseas. No more, no less. Well, eventually they get up to 100 divisions or so, but no more than 100 divisions. And that isn't because of manpower or production, it's because of shipping. They don't have enough shipping to supply. They determine more than 100 divisions and supply, the 8th Air Force and whatever the Air Force number that was operating here that was bombing Ploetzi and fighting in North Africa and fighting the Air Force that's fighting in China, Chennault's Air Force, and the Air Force that's bombing Japan, and as well as supplying all of the supplies to British and Commonwealth and other places, all of the shipping that it needed. It determined 100 divisions, and I think it was partially just a round number, not that they scientifically worked out that they couldn't do 102 or 98, but they figured 100 divisions. And of course, there's a lot of core assets and a lot of other auxiliary American ground and rear area units that are fighting. But 100 divisions was decided to be the maximum. Now, they almost had a revolt when some of the really good divisions that had defeated Germany were going to be shipped over to now fight to Japan. It was going to be close to. I don't know if they would have actually gone into a sort of revolt type situation, but there was certainly considering true thinking about that. It's go our war, and they were just our war was with Germany. We're done. You've got more divisions. Send those to fight Japan. We've done our war now. We've defeated Nazis. And I think they have a very good point there. Now, of course, they were thinking they were going to need a lot more divisions because the guys planning for the war didn't know about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, the nuclear bombs. That was such a secret. They didn't quite know. So they thought they were going to have to invade and use a lot more divisions. And there were a bunch more than 100 divisions. Bunch in the U.S. I don't know how many more than 100, than the 100 that are deployed overseas. But they were like, hey, draft new people, recruit new people, do something. We've done our war, and we're fine for, and some of the units were there for a few years occupying, the same soldiers occupying Germany as opposed to fresh soldiers coming over after the war. They were fine at still serving America. It was, hey, we've done our war. We fought our war in Europe. Let the guys in the Pacific handle it. If you need people to guard America, sure, send us home and we'll guard America. Send the guys guarding America to go fight Japan. So there was there was some sort of idea of a revolt there. But shipping is the real problem. But so they were, so there's lots of soldiers around. So they put the army in charge for a short while, running the transportation to keep the war effort going. But even with all of that, they're really looking at that sort of strike, it's bad because it's over racist ideas, but it's as much, I will say this, racism, yes, but a lot of it I would say is our group versus that group. The group, because there already had been considerable numbers of Black Americans in places like Chicago and Detroit, but the war really brings up a lot more Black workers out of the South, because you got to remember, we've been in the Great Depression for 10 years, that a lot of these factories are just literally shut down. They're still there. They're still just fine, maybe. They're just sitting there. They've just gone out of business because no one was buying their widgets or their gadgets. And so they just get shut down. So there's not a lot of, migration out of the South. The South is, poor anyways. But once the war, armaments industry is gearing up with the war in Europe, that we're selling off stuff, and then once America's in it, there's jobs. Just about anybody who wants a job can have a job in America. You don't have to be literate because you can work on a farm, and they want people to work, and they're going to pay people to work. And it's not just subsistence farming; it's grow cotton, and for cotton uniforms. It's ranch. Get all that. Have beef in America, and send beef overseas. But it's all that leather that you need for the boots and the belts and all that kind of stuff. So, there was so poor, uneducated people in America. Not always Black, but because trust me, there's a lot of in these hills. There's a lot of poor, uneducated white people, and a lot of these areas it's actually very white. The mountainous area, my understanding, is very white, or at least traditionally was. It wasn't like the coastal plain here, which was where the Blacks were, because of the sort of slave plantation versus the hillbillies, whether they're Southern or whatever you want to call hillbillies up here, but the Appalachian types. It really wasn't too much of a mixed community, as far as I know, at least at the time. I'm not talking about modern demographics, but there. So you have all these jobs that are needed, and so there's a lot of black people moving in, and so it's people moving in that were obviously not the locals. And I'm a Westerner. I've grown up in California. My parents were born and raised in California. At least one of my grandparents was born in California, though several of the other ones, of my understanding, would generally say being raised as like immigrating here at like 5 or 10 years old. So, and all of my grandparents were in California prior to the start of World War II. So I'm a Westerner, but I've talked to and known, and of course it got media, that a lot of this up here is segregated, but not necessarily like you would think like segregation in the South. It's segregation by neighborhood, but also by certain professions or certain factories where like predominantly one or two ethnic groups, like Polish Americans and Italian Americans in a factory, but keep out the Irish or whatever. And it's sort of neighborhoods like that, more so than, and it's very urban in this kind of stuff, because rurally, it's a lot of, again, my understanding, and hopefully this is of interest. Hey, I live around those hills. Oh, so you live ZZ lives sort of in Aries area. Aries lives in, Kentucky. But yeah, ZZ is a Appalachian type guy. Tell me if you think I'm getting anything wrong. You might not like my characterization, but tell me if you think I'm getting anything wrong, particularly talking about how it was back then. And so I'm talking, but so the Southwest Virginia. Okay, cool. That's he's down in this area. So yeah, you're just sort of over the border from Ari, who's a periodic showing up on the channel, playing War Thunder, playing some of our multiplayer Boy 4 games. But here is mostly Protestant groups. A lot of like Pennsylvania Dutch are really America's misunderstanding of Pennsylvania Deutsch or Germans. So there's Protestant Germans, there's Protestant actual Dutch. There's a lot of Anglo types, Irish, some Irish, yes, farmers for sure, but a lot of Scots and English that are rurally. A lot of the rural people are the Anglos, where you get the urban city areas that have been populated in the 19th century, and a lot of them are coming, Eastern and other Europeans. Now, getting more out into the West, because that's when the land is available in the 19th century, you have a lot more of like your Norwegians, other Scandinavians and other Eastern European farmers migrating and coming in here. But a lot of this was already settled, and there wasn't, either free land or cheap land or whatever. I grew up in a bubble university town, so I was shielded from the poverty. But when I see where some of my family grew up, it's just destitute poverty. Absolutely, ZZ. What do you do for a living? Basically YouTube. Like I sort of describe myself as independently poor at the moment. So yeah, no. Basically, it's sort of YouTube and streaming and whatnot and things. So not a whole lot beyond that. I do have a bit of family. And trust me, it's not a lot, but some family support money. But it's yeah. So if any of you guys want to donate to my Patreon, or nobody's super chatted me on YouTube yet. Not that you guys need to or feel guilted into it. What I want to guilt you into is giving me a thumbs up and subscribing and posting comments. That's what I try to guilt you into. But if anybody wants to support here more, that'd be lovely. You only need a PC, internet, and bread and water. Yeah. Hello, Don. I'd like a little bit more than that, but yeah. I mean. So, a lot of the urban places, and a lot of them, and I've talked to some of these guys that have grown up, back in the 70s and whatnot. I've talked to them over the years in these eastern areas, and these urban centers, within the urban centers, are highly segregated, at least for me as a Westerner. We do have certain areas out here that are, certain ethnic groups, but it's much more so, and much more so in the, we'll call them white. I don't like to use the term white because it various connotations, and I'm trying to get away from those. But with various ethnic groups, but that are generally European in descent, it's highly segregated, and it's highly, they're in the 19th century and into the early 20th century, there's a lot of resistance to, a company hiring outside of certain communities within it, and that could cause strikes and whatnot. And I'm just trying to put this out here because it's often in, modern day, current day, whatever you want to call it, put out to be purely along what they want to call racial lines, and talking about darker skin colored people. Hell, there's as much, different times anti-Catholic or anti-Italian or anti-whatever, anti-Polish because, it's, Catholic Italians are anti-Catholic Polish or something. And it's just more this community versus that community that is, sort of segregated out. And so that's some of what the Chicago strikes is, but it's also looking at, hey, well, when my brother, who's off at the war, whether he's a guy carrying a gun or he's a guy working on an airplane mechanic or a guy in the Navy, when he comes home, I wanted him to get the job at the trolley company, the whatever company. I didn't want some foreigner. They'd probably put some other pejoratives on some of these people, but some of these other people taking this job away. Well, hey, I wasn't even complaining. I gotta try to pronounce this. J. Vondras Folk. Thank you so much, sir. You are the first ever contributor of a super chat. Yay! And that's not a complaint. Wow. Thank you so much. You don't know how much I appreciate that. That is so much. And that's all you ever need to do. That is so nice. I really do appreciate it. You don't know, man, that's great. That somebody cares enough. Great, thank you. It's more like Z voudrais okay. Okay. Z voudrais vuki. My Anglo tongue is not good at this. So yeah, and poverty in America, like Azizi's talking about in these hills, is still to this day grinding poverty, and it's mostly white people. So yes, race does play into it, but ethnic groups, social status, all of that plays into it. But this, and this strike is, that happens up in Chicago. I think it's Chicago or Detroit. It doesn't really matter where. That it's transportation strike. It does affect the war in a super minor way. And it's to the point that, yes, you need to bring in the army to run the situation. But I don't look at it as nearly, and for its reasons are probably, to us looking back, because they are sort of racial reasons, not good reasons to strike. I'm not talking about the reasons to strike versus the Australian reasons to strike. I'm not talking about any of that. I'm talking about its immediate effect on lives and people in combat, in that the Australian strike happens while they're trying to load and unload ships to get up to an active combat zone. And that, to me, makes a big difference here. So free press is hurting this. You mean if I were to, what would it be? Civil law, free press. Okay. National unity. Okay, so if I go to a censored press, it will help national unity by 10%. So I'm going to, because Didn't care about the revolt risk. Wanted the research efficiency. But we're going to go over to this because that's getting not terrible, but it's more than I need to deal with here. So yeah, strikes while war is going on, especially during critical stages, because I don't really think Japan, I mean, they did, where's Darwin? Darwin is up here, I think. Is this Darwin? Yeah. They bombed Darwin. And yeah, because Darwin's honestly an outpost in Australia, because, Australia is sort of this. And yes, I know I have a friend who is from over here in Perth, and he's in the Navy right now. I don't know where he is at the moment, but whether he's at sea or there. Oh, Don Ramirez. Second, 10 euros. Great, Don Ramirez. Great. See, that's a name I can do better with because I live in Southern California, so I'm used to Spanish names because I would take Don and Ramirez as to be Spanish of origin. Great indeed. Wow, guys. Thank you so much. No, don't, Mr. Doc. No, no one should be guilted into it. Please, no. All I really want, I really appreciate people who can and feel comfortable enough with their monetary situation to contribute. What I really love is that you come on here, you interact with me, you hit that like button. I presume you're a subscriber. I don't check the subscriber list, but just subscribe, hit that like button, and if you're on live, interact with me. If you're watching something that isn't live, just say hi on there. That's all I really want, because that is, that's all I really expect out of anybody, is just to take the time to smash that like button and say something. That's all I need. But I really, I'm blushing right now that you guys wanted to help out. Yes, watch streams, Mr. Duck. That's great. That is great. That is wonderful. So, this is Australia. This is where the population is. This is where most of the industry is. This is where most of the agricultural is. So might Japan had things gone better, landed and taken out Darwin and some of these other northern things? Maybe. But I really don't think Japan thinks it could invade Australia, because they realize that this is a continent. They have a map. Japan has a map. And they realize that there's a large population down here, and they already are having trouble with occupying China, manpower-wise. So, to occupy a few islands and to mostly, not care too much what's going on in the internals of these islands, they're just sort of, occupying the, the strategic good bits and whatnot, and especially, here they're just occupying the ports. Now they may travel. You may have divisions moving, from point A to point B along through rugged terrain, but they're not continuing to occupy those. They're, once they get a new port, they, ship in supplies to the new port. So occupying around here, is already stressful enough that I don't think that they're really ever planning on invading and conquering Australia. But nothing to see in the North Territories, except some crocodiles, right, Beam Slam. There really isn't much there. That's why I say they might, just to deny the port to Australian naval and air forces, they might occupy something like Darwin. I'm just saying, if they were, being more successful than they were historically, they might cherry pick a few places on Australia, but I really don't think they're going to, come in and invade. But hell, a bunch of submarines sitting off here and periodically carriers showing up doing, raids on things. That's going to really wreck, Australia, New Zealand, whatnot. So that you're striking while that is still critical. Not, we could talk about striking during the American invasion of Iwo Jima. Well, now, of course, Iwo Jima, that invasion is being supplied out of, Hawaii. That's not coming out of Australia, as far as I know. Australia is supporting the sort of Philippines MacArthur approach. But so it's one thing if the war is going pretty damn good, and we're sort of finalizing it up, and you're doing some sort of strikes or work stoppages or something like that a bit. Yeah, that's not I'm not saying good, but I got to see the reasons that you're striking over. But to do it in the middle of, and it wasn't just, the Americans, I think, were the only ones fighting on Guadalcanal, but some of these other places were being held out by Commonwealth units. And so to strike during that, to me, is just criminal. Criminal that, yes, death penalty would be worthy of, not for everyone, but like I say, decimation. Gamer and his fascism now I'm going to hear about. Okay. Tungsten surplus effects because we sold some. Okay, you're retreating, so let's see if we can retreat to strategic move if we can. We'll see if we can get back to here, because I think we'll do better holding across the straits than trying to hold Mindanao. Okay, we just, yeah, as soon as these guys show up, we lose all of our retreating progress. I don't know if we can, okay, well, let's see, crude oil, yes, you can do crude oil. Well, they're bringing some battleships there, so let's, the reason we can't move is maybe because they've got some other stuff that we don't see here. Okay. Submarine crew training. Good, 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 good. We do submarine damage control and unrestricted submarine warfare doctrine. First come down here, and I think we're going to have to, yes, stop that. That'll free up a little bit. Let's see. Do we want to do damage control? Yeah, damage control is worthy to do. We can do unrestricted submarine warfare doctrine soon. Stick those strikers into penal unit and send them to the front. Yeah, that's another good. But the big problem is when everybody's striking and you need them to function as dock workers. If you had replacements, well, one, the strike wouldn't be that important. See, that's why, I'm not saying shoot them all. I was saying 1 in 10 or 1 in 20 or 1 in whatever, and say, hey, if you're striking again tomorrow, we're going to do this again. They're going to very quickly decide to get back to work. Look, I understand history, as you guys sort of know. And I understand Australia's history to some degree. Starstreak is from New Zealand, so he's closer to the issue than I am. But there is definitely an element of penal colony situation going on with Australia as part of their culture. But also, I get the idea that Australians, and looking back at some of the colonial wars, or as well as World War I, that they're sort of like, hey, we're our own sort of nation, and why do we need to be under English command? And situations around Gallipoli and the British in World War I that had a legacy there that and they don't have the death penalty, my understanding, that they didn't then, they don't now. Maybe they do now, I don't know. And I could be wrong, but I don't think they had the death penalty. Because I remember one of the cases, I was seeing something about it. The Australians were complaining that the English were going to shoot some people during World War II, or World War I, I mean, or something like that. But they don't have the death penalty, but they were, whatever they did, and England did, so England was going to shoot them. So yeah, I get that there's some of that going on, but at some point you need to with World War II is that this is no longer a European war like World War I functionally was. Yes, I know Japan and China were on the Allied side, and they took out, Germany's holding here, and they took out Germany's imperial islands out here. Yes, I understand that. Australia got this from Germany. Yes, I understand. So Australia did benefit. If this is a benefit to Australia, I presume it is. It's not the greatest place in the world, but yeah. World War I is outside of Europe, but it's primarily a European war. And I get the idea that Australians might not be interested in, supporting the British Raj or suppressing the South Africans down here. Ah, Don Ramirez. Well, thank you, Don. You are being so nice. So now, Mr. Duck, you have contributed. So thank you so much, Don. You're such a nice guy. Thanks so much. Do appreciate this. Wow, what a day. What a day. 2 from Don. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. And, of course, thank you. I wish I knew how to pronounce it. Je Voldoros. Wish I could pronounce that better. And I do wish I spoke French better, but I don't. So thank you so much, both of you gentlemen, and Mr. Duck in spirit. Thank you. And I understand that they, the Afrikaans or suppressing the, Black Africans. I get all that kind of thing. But by World War II, this is no longer for Australia and New Zealand, and like I say, this really wasn't maybe about either of these countries' existence, meaning I really don't think Japan is going to conquer and be able to, do a man in the high castle thing in which Japan is ruling over these territories. I really don't think that is anywhere in the cards. But Japan's sitting right off, and if the war ends and Japan is, holding New Guinea and these islands and making, demands, shipping around here, that's going to really suck for Australia for a long time to come if Japan wins and owns all of the territory, even whether they're with puppet states or whatever, to the north of them. It is supremely in Australia's interest to be deeply involved in it. Okay, now before I got off. So it's like I was saying, Hitler makes it easy for FDR by declaring war on America, because, like I say, there's lots of Italian Americans, there's lots of German Americans. People think of Eisenhower, they think German American, who really is. So my understanding, I haven't read an in-depth biography on him, but to me he seems like an American. But where I've read a biography on Nimitz, which is the guy running the Pacific campaign, and he's from the part of Texas which is German American, and one of the few German American parts that were pro-Confederate. And there was controversy in his family when he decided to go and join the go to Annapolis and go into the Union Navy, because his family, I don't know if they owned slaves or not back in the Civil War, but they were very anti-Northern, but they were a very much German family that spoke some level of German, even though they go back to being in America since the Civil War. So there are communities like that, and still in this sort of East Texas area, there are communities that are, I don't know how much they've changed and how much they've grown with different peoples from different parts of the world moving in, but have these sort of deep roots to Germany, even though they've been there for maybe not quite 100 years at the time of World War II, but had been around. And these aren't just the, post-World War I immigrants. So you have a lot of these people out there that may or may not be Nazis. Some of them, we know about the German American Bund, which most assuredly were Nazis. But they don't want to see their their cousin or brother or super distant cousin being bombed in the war, or like whether for Italy or Germany. They don't want to see that. They have an emotional attachment. This is what, and I know a lot of, again, modern people will jump to race when you treat Europeans different than you treat other peoples in other parts of the world. Well, yes, because a lot of us can go. Now, I don't have, well, super distant people, but I don't have people that are like cousins first or second removed in other countries. But a lot of Americans did at this time. Now, a lot of them were being persecuted by the Nazis, absolutely, but there's a lot that even if their family members were Nazis, they still don't want to see them destroyed. They just see them as they're making the bad choice kind of thing and would love them corrected. So by America declaring war on these countries is going to be much more of a split than, well, hey, they declared war on us. So, but because we need to do this, we're going to come here to Germany here, and we're going to declare war. And I guess we're going to try to do, we're just going to do install democracy, I guess, is what we're going to consider this. Because we're not trying to take territory. We're not trying to own it. We're not trying to puppet it, though that is sort of what happens through the partitioning. But we're going to install democracy. So we are now at war, or they're now at war with us. So we are now at war with Germany here. Okay, so what we need to do is, do I have, I think I have a few, but not many, because I've sent most of the stuff out to the Pacific. Those are those, I know we have the bombers there. I'm looking for other fighters. I guess we really don't. So it begins. Well, it's begun with Japan already. Okay, we're going to... These guys are naval striking and are sort of worn themselves out. Okay. Well, you know what we're going to do is we're going to do the British strategy here. Okay, we're actually going to, we're going to put in a commander on these units, and then we're going to wait till them get reorganized, because putting in a commander will produce them. We're going to do nighttime bombing at first, just because we don't have fighter escorts or the ability to win the there we go, looking for a strategic bomber type commander. So let's come down here, might as well target right type. Okay, so we're going to do this. Once we get these guys back organized up, we're going to should have done this earlier. Like I said, I would much prefer to play slower, but I'm trying to keep this stuff going. I mean, really grindingly slow, but no. Okay, well, let's move all of you. Well, we'll just move you guys. I think we'll push to Mogadishu here. Take out that port, which will limit some degree the supplies they can get. Okay, Edward O'Hara becomes first USN flying ace. Lieutenant Commander Edward Henry Butch O'Hare was the first Irish-American naval aviator of the United States Navy, who on February 20, 1942 became the first flying ace when he single-handedly attacked a formation of 9 heavy bombers approaching his aircraft. Even though he had limited amount of ammunition, he managed to shoot down or damage several enemy bombers. On April 21st, 1942, became the first naval recipient of the Medal of Honor in World War II. O'Hara's final action took place on the night of 26 November 26, 1943, while he was leading U.S. Navy's first ever nighttime fighter attack launched from an aircraft carrier. During a encounter with a group of Japanese torpedo bombers, O'Hara's F-6F Hellcat was shot down. His aircraft was never found. In 1945, the U.S. Navy destroyer O'Hara was named in his honor. Very interesting, very good. War with Germany. Everybody, yay. Okay, we got a lot of officers and some manpower increased. Edward O'Hare, yes. Lots of prioritizing Pacific and Atlantic. Yes. Oh, yes. Now, okay, basic education advance. Good. That's under here, I do believe. Okay, so we're done with the education, but that will pump up our leadership capabilities. I know we just got these two, which were important to get going research-wise. These are all very useful because they reduce the time between attacks, but we're not making many attacks yet, but we can do unrestricted submarine warfare, which will help our war in the Pacific. Now, what this will do is, let's see, if we come naval map mode. Okay. Germany has sunk. Okay. Our convoys are coming up around here. So what we need to do here is, we had not been at war with Germany until now, so I knew that this was coming, and yes, I should have better prepared. Let's send, this is the old Langley. They do eventually, and I have looked into this, get a new Langley. Okay, I don't think I want to be that close. We can come up to Scapa Flow up here, because we see all these enemies have sunk one convoy. Okay, so we're going to rebase up there. This is going to be an anti-submarine patrol, very much so. We have more motor torpedo boats over here. Heavy cruisers, more heavy cruisers, DDs. Okay, scouting force under Kirk. No, it's not James T. Kirk. We'd win the war even quicker if it was. No. Okay, we got all those destroyers. So what we're going to do is, let's put these guys here. Okay, there's 42. We don't need 42 in one stack. That looks reasonably good. Let's put you guys up to here. We can sort of get this area with them. Okay, still 31. I don't think we're facing that big of a situation from German or Italian fleets in the Atlantic. Well, we want to get out to here. We don't yet have there. So I guess we're going to see about basing to here. Don't know. We'll try to get out there to sink some of these submarines. Training squadron, but let's pull you off here. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just send you off here as well. Oh, we can come up here to Scapa Flow as well. Should have a nice big base. Now, what we're going to do here is, and it's partially, and I should, yes, have been looking at it more in advance, but promote you up. We should have already sent these guys here. We're going to send them. Oh, no. I don't go through that damn Mediterranean. Come to here. And we're going to send them around here. And we're going to try to send them eventually up into here to raid supplies coming into Ethiopia once they get there. Now, mentioning that, we have This fleet here, they should come back to here because I don't want them to go through the Mediterranean, but get out there so you're no longer being supplied there. Get you home to get more stuff coming out. Okay, so that... We need more, and we are building more tags. Fireside chat. Okay. Great struggle taught us increasingly. Okay. February 23rd. I'm not going to slow down to read the whole thing. I slowed down enough, I know. Okay. Lovely. Well, we need to do the 3-man turret. Okay, let's get that going. Let's get something basic like that going. Let's see, the Stuarts had 2-man turrets. The Grants and the Lees, okay, they're coming here on these beaches out here. Yeah, no, I'm not going up right now to do anything off the, the Alaskan islands. We are concentrating down here where it really counts. Those are the ones that come to get repaired. All right. Okay. So let's see. Let's get these guys out of here because we can't. Oh no. Well, no. Let's leave one there. You guys go over to there. Let's see, you're escorted. See, what do the Dutch want? We give them money for supplies. All right. We have the money. We could use some supplies now. Let's see where Pacific this and Pacific Transport Fleet are. There we go. Okay, so now we have our invasion fleet. Let's see if we can put 2 divisions on board there. Not the Hawaiian division. Let's do this one. And this one. Okay. Now let's see. Can we invade here? No. That is too far away for... Okay, let's come over here. Let's see if it's just, if we can get a little bit closer. I don't... it's going to move a lot slower with those. Auxiliary transports. Okay, yep, we lost. Yeah, I know. Yeah, you're taking out unimportant islands. And Japan does this, as far as I understand it, merely as a distraction. They're trying to get America to put resources in up here. Maybe Attu is nowhere close enough to like do any bombing raids in reality or whatever. I don't even know a Stratofortress, the B-20, what is it, the B-26s late in the war that they were flying out of here. I don't even know if they could make the run, and northern Japan is not well industrialized. I don't even think today. So there's really not much, air power, but naval, yeah, you could, it's enough of a place that you could set up a, naval resupply kind of facility in here and operate submarines and whatever. So this may be useful for Japan as a strategic point. None of this is really useful for the U.S., and there's very, very few people here. And the U.S. does on, I don't know on here, but some of these islands, before they're invaded or whatever, they forcibly move out some of the people. B-29s, that's it. Thank you. I'm not as good with aircraft as I am with tanks. Yeah, it is a bit of a flanking move, but you really have to... Now, I know this projection is not correct, this map projection, but the Pacific is so big that there really isn't. You can see, because Hawaii is fairly south from the United States, and so everything is coming to Hawaii, out here. These islands here, yes, Wake and Midway, and see... again, getting all these islands, they go back to Alfred Thayer Mahan in the 19th century, and the influence of sea power on history is his book, or books. There's 2 volumes. Just often shorted to influence. And it was, when they use coal and steamships, well, modern ships are still steamships. Nuclear carriers, you know what? They're still steam vessels. They use the heat from the nuclear thing to create steam to move. Yeah. So they're still steam vessels, but coal burning steam versus oil burning steam, or reciprocating steam engines versus turbine steam engines might be the real sort of defining between them. But when he's looking at coal bases, they want coal bases. That's why they want to take out the Philippines, which is Spanish held. They want to own take out Guam. When they invaded Guam, Yamamoto's diversionary attack on the Aleutians arguably costed him Midway. Very well could be. Yeah, I don't know how much it would have changed things, but arguably yes. If he had a bit more force, yes, it could. Arguably, it could. I don't know that. I don't know if it was. Oh, so we've lost. Okay, we lost out here, but we're winning. It was one of these that's been ground down. Okay, well, amphibious unit training, but yeah, obviously what really costs him is the Americans know he's coming and roughly know when he's coming, so they're ready for him. That's what that's how I look at it. And as I've recently learned, there's a lot more magnetic interference, at least down here in the air, than some other places, especially over most of America, that interrupts radio transmissions. I don't know how much, because I've often wondered, why the hell was the American attack on the carriers at Midway, correct me if I'm wrong, so uncoordinated with each other? You have all the torpedo bombers going in first, and they all get shot down. Only like one survivor. But because of that, all of Japan's fighters are all down low. When finally the dive bombers come in, but they're all sort of coming in. They all sort of they're not coordinated well. They don't have fighter coverage. The fighters are sort of, because there are fighters off those carriers that are launched, but I don't know if on either sets of runs for the dive bombers versus as well as the torpedo bombers, if the torpedo bombers had fighter coverage. Yeah, there were problems with the airdrop torpedo. They might not have worked anyways, so that might have been a wasted effort, because there was not only a problem with the submarine torpedoes, there was a problem with the airdrop torpedoes. And so, in different problems with the airdrop torpedoes, and some of it related to how they're going into the water, and do they get too damaged going into the water and stuff like that. More so that than not exploding when they hit on contact, but there was still some problem there, I think. But had they had some level of fighter coverage, I don't know, but a percentage of them might have successfully made their attack runs and got out. Now whether they would have sunk anything, I don't know. So we definitely see a lack of coordination between a single air arm, meaning they're all naval air. There was the land-based bombers that claimed a bunch of ships sunk, but didn't touch anybody. Those were well uncoordinated, but that was the Army Air Forces versus the Navy, air power. So those weren't well coordinated amongst each other, but even within one branch, coming off of the same sets of carriers, they were not well coordinated. So, but it ended up working out okay in the sense that it was a startling American victory by that point. But it's as much as that, and I don't know whether Japan having more more there that wasn't up on the Aleutians would have changed the outcome. Very well might have. I don't know. Because if they had had more, fighter air cover, would they have kept those pilots, the extra fighter pilots up high to then intercept the incoming dive bombers? And then that's done. But I've recently learned the Japanese radios were not as good as the American radios. They were not as well shielded, so they in the aircraft radios. So they got more interference or whatever from both the aircraft itself as well as the magnetic problem. And they kept the radios in the aircraft when they were when the Navy did, when they were coming on in and off carriers, to be able to sort of kind of talk to the carriers, but it didn't work very well. When the Navy was basing their fighters off of land bases, they often took the radios out just to save the weight, and they went up and flew uncoordinated. I didn't realize this. Most of the Japanese are flying most of the time without radio coordination, even if they have the radios in because they work so poorly, or they've taken them out. So they're flying in formation, and then they see the American, forces, and go after them. But after that, there's maybe the wingman is staying on his his main who he's supporting and all that stuff, and they may have tactics worked out, but they're not using the radios because they pulled them out of their aircraft, so they're not talking to each other in the middle of dogfights to warn, hey, there's somebody on your tail, or everybody pull off, we're losing, speed out of here, or whatever. They're not doing that. That's got to cost them stuff. And the Americans, with better radios, better shielded systems, I know that their coordination is helping them against the Japanese. They may be still at times losing, the kill-win-loss ratio at times, especially early on. But, warnings and coordination in combat have got to be a useful element. Japanese were taking a long time using torpedoes for ships or drop bombs on Midway. That is Sun Temple. That is true. They were preparing to I don't know if I'll get this order right, but for the second wave, the first wave went in and bombed the island, or bombed the island as planned. But once they realized that there's carriers, then let's unhook all the bombs off of the dive bombers or torpedo bombers or whatever, and put torpedoes on them, and and they're swapping back and forth, and that all takes time. And so if you had some more forces, and if they because I really don't think the supporting other ships really helped that much in anti-aircraft support. Japanese had, at that time, I don't think they were like the Americans, and they didn't have enough anti-aircraft guns on their ships. And I'm not saying they didn't help at all, but I don't think that was the main thing. Having a couple of destroyers around a carrier, I don't think was really protecting them in an anti-aircraft sense, like late war Americans were able to do. And it's mid or late war that they were really able to do. A battleship sailing in formation with some of the carriers, by that time had so much anti-aircraft, and with they're centrally, and unlike Japanese, to my knowledge, do not have centrally targeted anti-aircraft, let alone they don't have any proximity fuses that the Americans had to do it. But the 40 millimeter guns were either centrally, the 5-inch guns were centrally aimed and targeted, so that they're with rather good computers, and the 40 millimeter guns, and eventually the 20 millimeter, even though it was sort of on it, they had a targeting computer on, set up there, and you'll see they'll see a 40 millimeter gun mounting here, or it's either a double or a quad, and you'll see up above it, you'll see another little sort of semi-armored little basket, and that is actually up there is actually the guy who's pointing, who's using a sort of computer thing that is pointing in and is targeting the 40 millimeter below. And the 40 millimeter guy, they just look and see where they're supposed to be aiming. It's not like I don't think it's mechanical. Maybe it is. mechanical that the upper guy is actually controlling it, but he's at least sending down, XY coordinates that the computer is figuring out, and so the guys that are aiming are just sort of like keeping it on the dot, and then loading these guns. So the anti-aircraft is shooting down aircraft that are going parallel to this, not coming in to attack your ship, but going into to attack the carrier. You're able to shoot other aircraft out of the air coming around much better. So the Americans have really got that thing nailed down by the end of the war. Early on, not at all. Hello, Nakashiki 80. U.S. Navy had issues with spotting squadrons quickly. They were very slow. They did not develop systems for coordination until late 42 or 43. Yeah, and as more, good to have you here, Nakashiki. I don't recognize your name before. So if you're new, please, everyone hit the subscribe button. The Americans, well, early in the war, they don't even have 40 millimeter and 20 millimeter guns. They don't even have those yet. I don't know exactly when they start getting them, but it's into 43 that they're still replacing out water-cooled 50s and their Chicago pianos, as they call them, the sort of, I think they're 4 or 5 barreled, horizontally barreled 1.1 inch guns. That aren't very good. They're still replacing those into 43. Now, new production is getting Oerlikons that are made in America and Bofors that are made in America, but America's taken a while to spin all that stuff up. So yeah, early on, it is difficulty. Now, they are doing much better with radar, and it gets going a lot better again as time is going on. They do have radar at the start of the war on some of the ships. I don't know quite how well it's out to all of the fleet, but that hand crank AA was bad. Japan never catches up, and even the operators that are operating on those 40 millimeter turrets, those are powered turrets. So even though you may see the hands moving, they're not muscling the AA guns around. They're just turning cranks to adjust, and so it's a powered turret, so long as the power's working, at least. So it's a powered turret. Those either dual, the ones on the ships. And you get the AA guns that are on submarines, and they call them wet mounts versus dry mount. Wet mounts were unpowered, and so those were manually done. And they did have some wet mount 40 millimeters and whatnot, and those are muscled because they didn't do external power mountings for submarines that dive down. So yeah, it varies. And of course, those same mountings are what's on like PT boats. And again, those are muscled. But on the destroyers and the battleships and whatnot, those are by mid to late war. Those are powered turrets, and they are, the aircraft is flying at an odd angle from your ship heading towards a carrier that's nearby, and they're able to reasonably well calculate real time your aiming points for you. And yeah, obviously the Japanese are able to make torpedo attacks, bomb attacks, and kamikaze attacks and get through all of that, but a lot of them were shot down too. So and this is all coming here and not yet a reality. Okay, amphibious unit training. No, that's over here. Okay, 42. Well, just our Marines. We're going to keep that going. And Eastern Bank. Okay, doesn't report. Boston Convoy has been. Okay, so yes, we are getting some of our ships over here. We see presumably these are submarines, German. Out here, we can again look at our naval viewpoint. So this is our convoys to here. Apply this. And we are sending out anti-submarine forces. We had not faced this ourselves from Germany till we just declaring war, but they're now a thing. Oh, the Battle of Los Angeles. Air battle rages over Los Angeles. As many of you may know, I was born in Los Angeles County, not in Los Angeles City. And I'm still living in Southern California area. I don't want to quite give away my exact coordinates. But so yeah, this is hometown for me. The Battle of Los Angeles, also known as the Great Los Angeles Air Raid, is the name given by contemporary sources to the rumored enemy attack and subsequent anti-aircraft artillery barrage, which took place from late 24th February to early, meaning over the night, late at night into the morning of 25th February over Los Angeles, California. The incident occurred less than 3 months after the United States entered World War II as a result of the attack on Pearl Harbor. One day after the bombardment of Elwood in February 23, initially the target of the aerial barrage was thought to be an attacking force from Japan, but speaking at a press conference shortly afterwards, Secretary of Navy Frank Knox called the incident a false alarm. Newspapers of the time published a number of reports and speculations of cover-up. Some modern-day UFOologists have suggested that the targets were extraterrestrial spacecraft. Interesting. I believe that there's life out there. I don't know if life from out there has ever made it here. I don't know. I know my dad sort of believes that stuff, but I'm skeptical that it's made it here. But I believe there's aliens somewhere out there. When documenting the incident in 1983, the U.S. Office of Air Force History attributed the event to the cause of war nerves, likely triggered by a loss of a weather balloon and exacerbated by stray flares, shell bursts from adjoining batteries. If you haven't, you should watch the movie 1941. It's George Lucas, or is it Steven Spielberg? One of the two did it. John Belushi is in it. All-star cast. It's a comedy. It's about this incident that is highly exaggerated, but it is a really good comedy. So yes. So we have that, but it was a real incident out there that they thought they were under attack. Okay, battleship crew training. Now, could Japan have done this in this time period? Absolutely. Now, I don't know the operational range of the Japanese carriers, but it would have been an extremely long range for them to do so. I know the best in the world at sea refueling and resupplying was the Americans, or America becomes that. Yes, Germany does use its the milk cows submarines to refuel and give supplies, not torpedoes, but give food and whatnot to German submarines, keep them at sea longer. During the war, the British are very poor at it. They really have to work at stepping up at sea resupply to keep up with the American fleets in the Pacific once they join there. The British just have bases everywhere, so it's just not a priority for them to do at sea resupply. So you really look at a lot of British fleets. They're not coastal fleets, but they're not Pacific based idea of great operation out long range. The British Navy just isn't, again, because they have bases everywhere, and so it's more than coastal for sure. It is a blue water Navy, but it's not quite like the American was even set up prior to World War II, because the American Navy really looked at what they were their area of operation planned for. They knew they were going to operate in the Atlantic too, but everything was planned for the Pacific. If they had taken Pearl Harbor, it would have been possible, at least in the short term. Well, absolutely, if they had taken Pearl Harbor. But what they could have done is, in 1941, Japan had a few submarines that carried an aircraft. Now, single aircraft. And I think they had like less than 10 of these submarines. And these submarines were primarily part of Japan's idea And the U.S. sort of had this idea too. But Japan thought, and before the war starts, and they thought they were going to fight a battle in which the American fleet is going to get ready and is going to, once they're going, the American fleet is going to come across the Pacific and going to come to Japan, sort of like the Russian fleet does around the world too, in straits, in the Russo-Japanese War. They sort of thought that, and what they wanted to do is they wanted to have a screen of like submarines way out here on the front to one, spot this fleet as it's coming, and two, attrit it, meaning have a few submarines in the way to hopefully sink a few big juicy targets. And as this fleet's coming, and then maybe have some other skirmishing destroyers and whatnot that are also going to be somewhat suicidal, at least in the idea that they're all going to get sunk. Maybe they get rescued, but willing to get sunk, to then to fix and locate this fleet out there, and then once they've figure out where it is, then to attack it and be victorious. And I think part of the reason they wanted these carrier submarines was so that you can see out in a greater area, not so much of wanting to do raiding or strategic bombing, but they certainly could have. Now, one thing I truly do believe in is we can call it asymmetric warfare, meaning if you just got somewhere out here, take off, get 4 submarines, and they had some long-range submarines, and these submarines very well could have made it. I think, I don't quite know, with that, once you own Wake Island, you're a little bit closer to refueling, so you got to, for submarines versus a big, huge fleet, you can refuel at Wake Island and you can send them out here. I think they'd probably be able to make it. And you do a raid here that you come in, and somehow, if you can arrange a night hookup, I don't know, or maybe just hope that you can do a bombing raid and get out before any pursuit squadrons can hit you. And you do something like that here, and then maybe do something like that somewhere else along the American coast. You make the Americans do a lot more other effort, because this is the heart of the American aircraft industry right out here. Was then, not anymore. California, again, driven all of the aircraft industry out of the California government, has driven it all out of California. A bunch of it moved up to, was it Oregon, I think, or Washington, and a bunch of it, Washington State, a bunch of it's moved back east. But California's driven it all out, every last bit of it. Yay! We're now much poorer, but yay. That if you look at some photos of it, you see the aircraft factories that they build during this time period, or some already pre-existing, and some of it is actually one racetrack, horse racetrack is turned into an aircraft factory for a while until they build some more buildings. They're actually building them out, because they have some covered area under the bleacher type things. They're strongly built bleachers. They set up some machine tools and some open air, because it's very, very nice weather out here. You can build outside most of the time just fine. It doesn't snow and it only rains rarely. So, but you see what they built there, either covering it in camouflage netting to look, because there's still lots of big, huge, even in Los Angeles County at this time, during 1940s, big areas of just fields. So they're covering it in camouflage netting, or in a few cases, they're sort of painting it to look like a residential neighborhood from the air. So that they're worried enough and they're putting anti-aircraft stuff, and a lot of this stuff is going on in 42 and 43 at least. And they're really worried about the possibility of an air raid. So had there been an actual air raid or two, that just means a lot more anti-aircraft guns, attempts at camouflage, a lot more fighters would be demanded to patrol this area, a lot more military personnel, whether Navy or Army or whatever, would all be stationed here that wouldn't be somewhere else, that would be more useful to actual war effort. So this is what I talk about, asymmetric warfare. So the idea that doing a few raids like this isn't going to defeat America, but the cost of those raids, even if all those aircraft are shot down, will be a lot more costly to the Germans and the Japanese. Japanese should blow up U.S. oil reserves. That would teach us not to do an oil embargo. Well, okay, you want to know why they didn't, Rhaegar? They didn't even blow up, and it was maybe on the second or third wave into Pearl Harbor if they were going to do it, but they didn't, which they should have prioritized as much as the, and it wouldn't have taken much to prioritize the oil storage at, Pearl Harbor here. I don't know that it was specifically in Pearl Harbor. It was generally somewhere in Honolulu. Meaning Pearl Harbor is this sort of harbor, and this is Ford Island right in the center, and Battleship Row, I think, is right along there. And these are other moorings for ships or whatever. I don't know exactly when this is taken, but it's definitely a wartime era. But there's sort of the somewhere around the areas where the main fuel oil is. It's not right by the ocean or right by the harbor. At least some of it isn't. Yamamoto, who plans the Pearl Harbor attack, he's traveled all over America. He went to I forget which university. He went to university here. Was known as a really good poker player. He travels across America, sees Detroit and the productions in Detroit, auto production in Detroit. He travels across Texas and he sees all the oil. So his perception is America has plenty of industry, plenty of oil, and all of it is untouchable because it is so far out here. What he doesn't really realize is had he destroyed this oil, it would have, I've heard estimates, it would have taken like 6 months for the U.S. to get more oil out to here and to build tanks to put it in. So it's not just simply having a tanker and saying, go, out from, whether it's the West Coast oil, because there's lots of oil out here, or whether it's, Gulf oil coast coming through the, Panama Canal. It's not just simply the tankers showing up, but it's getting out there and building up, the places to do it. That they could have possibly kept U.S. operations, the carriers, from operating for 6 months. Because the big thing is, and when I first started to read Rhaegar's comment, I thought he was going to say the Japanese didn't have enough oil to waste on a carrier group to come out here to do a silly raid. And you're probably right that probably would have burnt up too much oil for Japan. Oh, you should be in port. You get in port. That probably would have been too much, to burn up. But for a few submarines, it would have been worth it. And so, if I were Japan, and since you had the aircraft submarines, I would have definitely trained up to see what you could do to do some bombings. And whether, when they, Santa Barbara oil fields or someplace like that, maybe away from, Los Angeles, where you might presume that there's going to be a lot of fighter pursuit squadrons ready to scramble and come in and be able to shoot you out of the air or follow you out, to where you're going to land and try to get back on your submarines. Not that they have to be perfectly safe, but trying, not to risk too much. I would have done some pinprick airstrikes along the American coast, and make them do a lot more. Okay, Mr. Duck, thanks for hanging out with me. I really do appreciate everything. So, yep, be back tomorrow with War Thunder. Second wave should have destroyed the tankers. Yes, submarine ring should make hard resupply. They should be able to sue for peace. Well, okay, they won't sue for peace. America, that's not going to happen. Cracking the naval yes, naval codes are super important. But you see, that's what Japan thinks, that they're going to destroy the fleet and then America's going to sue for peace. But America can just always build another fleet. It can always build another fleet. So long as America is willing to fight the war, it can always build another fleet. Japan cannot, because Japan does not have enough industry and enough steel to just build another fleet if their fleet gets sunk. Their fleet takes years, and I don't mean takes decades to build up. shall we say. And yeah, I know they're building the Taiho and one other big carrier during the war, and so they are building either replacements, which that's what they turn out to be, or just additional major fleet assets. And the Taiho was supposed to be a pretty special fleet or ship, but I think poor training gets it sunk very easily, because Japan cannot affect, well, if you want to call this the East Coast or the East Coast and the Gulf Coast. They do not have submarines. They do not have ships that can affect here. So they could theoretically, let's say if they take in Hawaii, or I know you were talking about submarines around Hawaii to keep resupply there, but let's just say if they even took Hawaii and put submarines off of here, fine. Let's say they even have battleships that come along and bombard ports that are shipbuilding facilities, because Kaiser is a major was at least a major shipbuilding company that hugely expands on the West Coast and builds lots of ships. I think mostly like in the destroyers and transport, big transports. They build a lot of the Liberty ships, I believe. Kaiser out here, and yeah, they could do that, or carriers sit off and do airstrikes on these things. But they can't touch here. And if they can shut down here, that's going to help them more, but it's just not possibly mostly peaceful yet. The Japanese should sue for peace and then call for the whole action peaceful protest against oil embargo. Yeah. So yeah, mostly peaceful action. Yeah, I know, but trust me, America used to get enraged about being attacked and burned and destroyed, and they were enraged. Battleship crew training. Okay, 43. We're going to stop that for now. I don't know if I should give the Americans snorkels, because they didn't use snorkels. Well, let's air conditioning. Reduces their range, but I found out more about air conditioning. One, yes, it does use electrical power, so that does burn more electricity that they're generating either on the surface or below. But one of the things they really, why do the Americans air condition their submarines? They don't air condition their surface ships, at least not generally speaking. Why do they air condition their submarines? Well, it's because of the electronics. It's not so much the crew. Japan does not have nearly the electronics. Because most submarines, at least, I don't know about the S-series submarines, which we're using, but the Gatos and all those, most all those have radars and other electronics down inside of them. And much of the time, they're on the surface, at least during the day still. They dive when they're, if they're sitting off of a Japanese island somewhere, they're going to be dived, kind of thing. But, or, off Japan. But when they're just traveling here, they're on the surface most of the time. Unlike, say, the Germans who, as they leave here, they're either on the surface at night or they're dived during the day because there's so much, anti-submarine activity via air. No, the Americans are traveling out here most of the time on the surface, or like in the Mediterranean. I've read a lot about the British experience in the Mediterranean. Most of the time, the Mediterranean, including in port, like in Malta, not so much maybe, back in Alexandria, but in Malta, the British, they got submarines operating out Malta. Their standard procedure is, just before dawn, because it's a big harbor, Valletta area, because there's more than one harbor in the area, but Valletta is sort of the main harbor. Take their submarine out somewhere and just sink it to the bottom of the harbor and sit down there and with only a skeleton crew while they're in port, and just come back up at night and go back to a dock to do repairs or resupply or whatever. But at night, as long as they could submerge, they would go, days, as long as they would submerge, they'd be down there. And most of the time during the day in the Mediterranean, they would be submerged and just come up at night to recharge their batteries and do faster movements most of the time because it's so much air. But the Americans, they're on the surface a lot because this is so huge of an area. And it's hot. And it's going to be humid. And it is humid down there. And it's going to really affect electronics. So they air conditioned it. So I get the idea morale here. Okay, and this is the effect that the game gives. And morale's a good thing, but the big thing it would be better attack, sea attack, because better surface detection, because this keeps these electronic devices going, and that's the main reason that the Americans do the air conditioning. So yeah, we'll do. I know it'll cut down our range here, but we'll do that just for being historically. Have you seen the movie 1941? Yes. Ragar, I guess I was talking about that a moment ago. You probably were tuned out or something when we were talking about the Battle of Los Angeles. So yes, very much. I recommend to everybody to see 1941. I recommend it highly. Okay, let's see. We've this view. Okay, we've got those guys there. So we just have. Oh, they went over to here. Okay, get back onto your ships. Can you invade with these here? No, damn it, no. These guys are. This might be a little closer, so we're going to go out to here. And yes, I know we're just escorting all this with destroyers, but hopefully I was hoping just to go here, and of course we have the battleships. But we're going to keep out here because what we're hoping to do is starving them. Okay, they're coming after us here. Burroughs Island, okay, yes, I know. Oh, we lost these guys out here. And I did have them on, yeah, okay. Japan took them down. Surprised these motor torpedo boats are still there. South Africa would like submarine, yes, we can do. Okay, Western Faroes. Okay, we are getting closer with these guys to do anti-submarine patrols. These guys, no. I know the seaplane tenders are really slow. So not those, okay, not those. Maybe they're way back yet. These guys are really slow, but we'll have some of them to really hopefully shut down. Oh, you were making dinner? Okay, Ragar, no problem, no problem. But yes, 1941, great movie. Everyone should see it. After the stream, check it out. Okay, light cruiser escort role. Yes. That is here. We're going to do that. I'm not doing what I would do for sure if I was Britain, meaning here, because it disrupts our destroyers for being surface attack, but helps in sub attack for sure. But I'm just going to suffer without this because I want to keep my destroyers good for fleet actions. Ah, okay. So we've now taken out a light cruiser and 2 destroyers with no loss and, well, some damage on that light cruiser there. Here we go. Okay, they're trying to get out their large amount of their forces here. Oh, okay. Don't know how long this is going to take, but we're getting these guys to go over there to reinforce here. Okay. Yes, you can have energy, Saudi Arabia. Okay. Ooh, let's see. We took out a destroyer, or a destroyers took out a submarine on our way through here. Very good. We'll get to helping the British out soon. Oh, let's see. Hold on. So if I can sync this. Oh, pause. Oh, pause. Okay, yeah. I'm not paying attention to that now. Army recognition reorganization. March 1942, there was a sweeping reorganization of the Army. This was the result of dissatisfaction with the existing structure with the United States Army Air Forces, in particular seeking greater autonomy. However, the main driver was the Chief of Staff, General George Marshall. He felt overwhelmed by the large number of officers and agency, officers and agency, at least 61 with direct access to him. Okay. The Chief of Staff wanted no more than 3 commands reporting to him, so everything which did not fit into the General Ground Forces or the Army Air Forces became part of the Services of Supply, which were renamed the Army Service Forces on 12th March 1943. It was felt the term supply did not accurately describe their broad range of activities. Note to the player, 3 commands created by accepting this event confer small bonuses to land organization, air organization, supply throughput. You will lose these bonuses if these units are removed. Okay. Yeah. Now, I don't quite know a whole lot more than what's going on in these 61. I do know, to the best of my understanding, the United States Air Force was not created until, 47? So it is a subdivision of the Army. But as time goes on, it is becoming functionally more and more independent, and particular air forces, like Air Force, and I'm sort of wanting to do is like the 8th Air Force. Not the Air Force or Air Forces, but this here, the 8th, I think is, and I know it has this sort of defense corps here, but is operating much on its own, in that it's targeting, it's its own thing that's doing strategic bombing. It is not what is being responsive to, give ground support to the, tactical Army movements and whatnot. And so some of these are operating much more and more independent, especially like whatever the one I forget that is Curtis LeMay eventually is running against Japan. It's doing its own thing, and it is ignoring, Army requests, like MacArthur's requests, and it is ignoring Navy requests because, hey, it's not in the Navy, and it is doing its own stuff. And eventually there's a bit of a coming to head, and Nimitz is going, hey, you got to give me some more control over these guys because they're doing stuff not good for our overall strategy. So, yeah, there is definitely that. Also, eventually they get rid of that red dot because they have, I know there's sort of wings here, but a lot of the symbols just had, a blue circle with a white star and then a red dot. But looking up in the air, and depending on the aircraft, you might take that for being a Japanese red sun. So eventually that red dot does go away. And also because there was a bunch of groups, and I don't know quite how much they, these 61, because there was the armored, the armor branch and the infantry branch. The armor branch basically is the cavalry moving over to that. And these, there's infantry elements in an armored division, and there's armored elements, meaning tanks, in infantry division. But they're sort of their own schools, and they're their own sort of, what they're doing back here in the United States is their own sort of thing. Now they're working much more closely, and the artillery as well, the artillery in every division, but there's these different sort of branches within the Army that would come under, Marshall here as being, Army as opposed to Navy. And so, which include the Navy, which includes the Marine Corps, but Naval Air Forces, and there's the Navy's got aircraft on ships, and they got aircraft on land, and they're doing their own thing. Navy also has a bunch of blimps flying around. They've gotten rid of all their Zeppelins that were, brought over from World War I from Germany, but they still they build lots of blimps flying around. So that's all the Navy's doing, all that fun stuff. But they also have things like the coastal artillery, that does have commands down, well, did have some out in the Philippines, but does have some down in here, and then a bunch along U.S. coasts. And the coastal artillery is its sort of own separate thing, and the coastal artillery exists until the end of World War II, and with looking around and going, hey, nuclear weapons are a thing. Yeah, I don't think we need coastal artillery anymore. That's no longer going to be a threat. The idea that you need to shoot at ships with big guns. So it wasn't until after the war that they finally broke up the coastal artillery. But yeah, okay, so we're going to do this, and we're going to get... here we go. These guys. Okay, so these are back in Washington, D.C. here. Oh, let's look at their counter. So counter flower kind of thing. Air Force and other ground forces. Okay. All right. Okay, guys, I think we're going to end this here today. I again want to thank Mr. Ike. J. Von der Sfock. And Don Ramirez for your support with the super chats. That is so cool. You guys were the first and the second to ever give me a super chat. Great. Thank you so much. I do appreciate your support. But again, everybody else, just hit that like button, subscribe, and make it, post a comment. That's all I really ask you guys to do. I'm trying to guilt you into doing that, whoever's watching now or later, because that really does help. And I do appreciate that. We'll be back tomorrow with War Thunder, hopefully with Arno and some of the other guys. And also tomorrow, after at approximately half an hour from this time tomorrow, I will be streaming Slitherine over on Slitherine's channel. So we'll be ending it at this time, by this time tomorrow. I'll be streaming over there some War in the East 2. Gary Grigsby's War in the East 2 is the final day of the sort of 40th anniversary celebration of Gary Grigsby and his work doing games. I'll be doing that tomorrow over on Slitherine's channel after my War Thunder stuff. So hopefully see you guys all then. Thank you, Sun Temple Radio, Ragar, Beam Slam, Cold Steel. Hello, Cold Steel. Don't know if I said hi earlier. I don't think I did. Mr. Duck. I think you've gone. Nakashiki. Or Nakashi. Yeah, Nakashi. 80. Thank you so much, everybody. Oh, and ZZ. Yes, thank you, ZZ. So see you all soon.